Yes, Mrs.
Announcements done. Papers have been laid. Question.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Industry, SMEs and Cooperatives, whether in regard to the compulsory requirement for businesses to register for value-added tax purposes upon making a turnover of taxable supplies exceeding 3 million rupees, he will state, A, if an analysis of the impact thereof on the small and medium enterprises sector has been carried out, B, the estimated revenue to be generated therefrom, C, the number and types of businesses concerned herewith, and D, whether government-held consultations and meetings with the stakeholders of the SME sector prior and after the presentation of the budget speech 2025-2026. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I would like to thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for this question, as it will give me the opportunity to explain the budgetary measure of reducing the compulsory VAT registration threshold of taxable supplies from 6 million to 3 million rupees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we all know in what an unprecedented mess the previous government has left us. They have dilapidated the finances of our country. They were spending recklessly, spending on white elephant projects. This had led to a significant deterioration in the fiscal metrics of our country, with a high budget deficit of 9.8% of GDP for financial year 2024 and 25, and a mountain of debt which increased to around 90% of the GDP by end of June 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we cannot continue with this irresponsible fiscal stewardship. We need to put some order in our public finances. This government is fully committed to a responsible approach to a fiscal stewardship under the able leadership of our Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam. In view of the disastrous state of public finances that we inherited, our top priority is to bring down the budget deficit and public sector debt to sustainable levels and ensure medium-term macroeconomic stability, and at the same time doing our utmost best to prevent any downgrade by Moody's, which some tend to underestimate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, regarding part A of the question, I am informed that an analysis was carried out at the level of the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Mauritius Revenue Authority regarding the number of persons, by persons I mean individuals and enterprises, with turnover below 6 million rupees that may be affected. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I wish to point out that VAT is levied on the supply of goods and services and not on enterprises. I would also like to clarify that only those businesses making VATable supplies above 3 million rupees, that is goods and services on which VAT is applicable, will have to register. Those businesses making non-VATable supplies are not concerned with this measure, even though their turnover exceeds 3 million rupees. For example, fresh vegetables, fruit sellers in the market, fishmongers, butchers, whatever, just name it, they are not concerned with these measures. That is, we are talking about fresh products. VAT is a tax on consumption. It is not imposed on businesses. In fact, one of the principles of VAT is that the VAT system is neutral to a VAT registered business. By joining the VAT system, the new VAT registered businesses will be able to recover VAT paid on inputs used, that is on raw materials, semi-finished products, as well as equipment, machinery in the production of goods or provision of services. Presently, a non-VAT registered SME are not able to recover VAT paid on input and are therefore passing it on the VAT paid on inputs to consumers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me elaborate on the advantages that an SME will benefit from being VAT registered. Firstly, as I mentioned earlier, the SME will be able to claim a credit for input tax suffered. In case an SME incurs capital expenditure, for example, on acquisition of machinery or goods vehicle, it will be even entitled to a refund of the whole amount of VAT paid, that is, whatever the amount that has been paid for the purchase of this asset. Secondly, by getting registered, the SME importing capital goods and where the VAT exceeds 150,000 rupees, we can obtain a significant cash flow benefit by not having to pay the VAT input at customs on importation under the existing provisions of the VAT Act. But this government, in 2025 and 26 in our budget presented by the Prime Minister, this VAT threshold has been lowered to 75,000 rupees. What does this mean? For example, when importing capital goods for a value of 1 million rupees, of which 150,000 rupees of VAT, which was applicable, was not payable at customs. Now, this threshold has been lowered to 500,000 rupees. That is, when you import a goods of capital nature, VAT of 75,000 rupees is not payable at custom. That is, you don't need to pay it and claim it back to the MOI. Thirdly, VAT registration can create business opportunities for SMEs. It is a known fact that many VAT-registered persons only work with VAT-registered entities in order to be able to obtain a VAT invoice and claim input VAT in their VAT return. Hence, being VAT registered may open new doors for SMEs. And fourth, at the national level, the reduction in VAT registration threshold creates a level playing field and fair competition among operators in the same business activity. It addresses the discrimination whereby a VAT-registered business with a turnover threshold slightly higher than 6 million is charging VAT, while a business which turnover slightly lower than 6 million was not charging VAT on the same types of goods, and encourages formal record keeping and improved tax compliance. It is noted that Mauritius has one of the highest VAT threshold as a percentage per capita. What does that mean? For instance, you will be surprised to know, for much bigger economies like India, Canada, Australia, South Africa, and Kenya, the threshold is less than 3 million rupees. It is between 1 and 2.5 million rupees. Like, for example, for South Africa, it's 1 million rand. So the threshold that we have in Mauritius, as I said, compared to other countries, much bigger economies, are higher than others. Regarding Part B and Part C of the question, I am informed by the Ministry of Finance and the Mauritius Revenue Authority that the additional revenue would be approximately 1.9 billion rupees from about 6,900 business operators, as follows. For those turnover from 3 to 4 million rupees, there will be 2,775 new registrants with an estimated additional VAT of 634 million. Turnover between 4 to 5 million, there will be new entrants of 1,958 new registrants with an estimated additional VAT of 570 million. And for turnover between 5 to 6 million rupees, there will be 2,166 new registrants with an estimated additional VAT of 787 million rupees. I would like to highlight that currently there are some 8,468 businesses having an annual turnover of less than 6 million rupees has already registered themselves on a voluntary basis. So this is something not new. 8,000 businesses which were not qualified for this threshold, they have registered voluntarily, as I said earlier, due to the various benefits of VAT registered person, as I have mentioned. Regarding the type of businesses that need to get VAT registered, it is to be noted that VAT is based on two criteria, namely whether the business is engaged in making taxable supplies, that is, sells products which are subject to VAT, and secondly, the turnover threshold. Any business in any type of activity which meets these two criteria will have to be VAT registered. As I said, there are some exclusions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am also informed that the majority of the additional proceeds from lowering the VAT threshold will come from operators engaged in sectors such as trading, manufacturing, accommodation, and construction. Regarding Part D of the question, I am informed that in the context of the budget preparation 2025 and 26, the Junior Minister of Finance held consultation with various stakeholders, including SME chambers, Manufacturing Jewelers Association, Association of Furniture Manufacturers, and Small and Medium Enterprises Federation, and also Association of Small Contractors, Association of Leather and Leather-related Products, and SME Mauritius on the 9th of April 2025. However, given the budgetary measure concerns a tax issue, obviously this was not discussed with them. I am given to understand that this is a practice insofar as tax measures are concerned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, since I have assumed office prior to the budget speech, I have had meetings with SME chambers and SME Federation where I had lengthy discussions on challenges being faced by SMEs. I am in contact with the SMEs and various stakeholders, and I remain open to their suggestions and will give due consideration thereon. I have taken cognizance of the concerns by SMEs, and my ministry is working closely with the Mauritius Revenue Authority in order to come up with means and ways to simplify the implementations of this measure for the benefit of SMEs. As you are aware, the Ministry of Finance is currently preparing the finance bill, and if any adjustment would be required, it would be addressed thereto. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this reform is a calibrated and responsible measure in response to an economic emergency. It reflects our commitment to shared recovery. We are not targeting SMEs, we are empowering them to participate fully and fairly in rebuilding Mauritius.
Thank you. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, first of all, let me thank the Honourable Minister for providing the House with this information, not only the House, but the population, because he did not intervene during the debates on the budget. Now we have more information. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, here we are talking about small businesses, small family businesses and very often run by a wife or the husband in the family. Can the Honourable Minister confirm if this budgetary measure will constitute a burden on these small businesses who will not only have to pay taxes but recruit professionals, for example, accountant to do their books? The Honourable Minister himself is an accountant by profession and he knows very well what I'm talking about.
I thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition with coming with such concern, because we have already catered. We are addressing this issue because I agree that it is an issue. The MRA, the Mauritius Revenue Authority, how do we intend to assist SME in this registration process? There will be a special SME desk that will be set up to attend queries to SME in relation to VAT registration, record bookkeeping, invoicing, submission of VAT returns. Secondly, the MRA will publish leaflets and brochures to provide detailed guidance on getting registered. Now, with the filing, a simplified VAT registration process will be introduced, and simplified recording keeping requirement will be put in place, and also businesses having thresholds between 3 to 6 million, they won't be required to file monthly tax returns, but rather quarterly tax returns.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
My second question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is to ask the Honourable Minister whether he will confirm that this measure will have a cascading effect on prices practiced by these businesses, as the additional amount that we will have to pay will be passed on to the customers.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not necessarily true that there will be a cascade of increasing prices, because the SME, it will be able to recover the VAT paid on inputs, that is, on raw materials and capital goods. And before we had this threshold, the input VAT that the company, the enterprise was paying when they were buying their raw materials, their input, it was already passed on through to the customer. Now they would have a mechanism to offset the input VAT against the output VAT.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
But I do not totally agree with the Honourable Minister. The SME sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the backbone of our economy, and today employs more than 50% of our workforce. Can the Honourable Minister confirm that there is a possibility that those businesses might consider downsizing their personnel?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Why? Because you know what SMEs benefit when they are registered as SMEs with SME Mauritius. I will give you examples. And I will say frankly, I've been in Parliament since 2010. Even me, before joining the cabinet, I was not aware. I've been around the island with awareness program, and I have been ventilating all the benefits that SME Mauritius, which we have enhanced during the last budget. I will give you some example, some quick example, just to not to take the time of the House. In spite budgetary situation, when a company is converted to an SME company that is registered with SME Mauritius, provided their turnover does not exceed 30 million rupees, they are being given a tax holiday of 4 years. 4 years tax holiday. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for an SME, the road tax for an SME, registered one, Instead of being 17,500 rupees for road tax for a double cab, an SME pays 5,000 rupees. Thirdly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, SME benefits from duty-free facilities on double cab and pickup every 5 years. And also, more interesting is that no land conversion tax payable where an application is granted for the purpose of relocation, expansion, or setting up of an industrial enterprise by the holder of a registration certificate issued under the SME Act. And I can go on with investment tax credit for small businesses. I can go on with reserve contract margin of preference for SMEs, and also in the last budget mention has been made for startups, and SMEs will be able to claim tax deductions on their investment in AI technologies up to an amount of 150,000 rupees. So there are so many advantages, so many help that government is giving through SME Mauritius so that the SME can carry on with the activities.
Honourable Leader Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister confirm that with this budgetary measure, some of those small business owners will try to avoid being VAT registered by not declaring their turnover above 3 million rupees, therefore creating ce qu'on appellerait une économie parallèle in the country?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, for those who does not want to declare their revenue, they don't have to wait for the threshold from 6 million to become 3 million to do it. There will still be some people who will not do it, but there are laws in the country, and MRA are fully equipped to address this issue.
With regard to those SMEs which have adopted the label Made in Maurice, will you reassure the House that such a measure will not affect those SMEs?
As I said earlier, I give example of fresh foods, fruit, vegetables, fishmongers, fruit sellers, butchers. All these are made in Mauritius. Not at all. They ne sont pas concernés par cette mesure.
Yes, Honourable Leader Opposition.
Can I refer the Honourable Minister to paragraph 28 of the annex to the budget speech? Can the Honourable Minister inform the House of the rationale for hairdressing services to be zero rated?
Cousteau. Do you have an answer?
I know that the Honourable Leader of Opposition is not concerned with this measure, but I will tell him that this measure will enhance, especially women in business.
Honourable Joel.
Thank you. May I ask the Minister, is the government prepared to exempt snack vendors and other food sellers from VAT registration under the new threshold? Because now most of them will fall under the new threshold of 3 million, given that in their case they have very little input VAT. You said it yourself. Most of the raw materials, the poultry, the rice, the flour, the gas, the oil is zero rated, whilst the other bulk of the expenses, the labor, the fuel, is not deductible. So that will lead inevitably to at least 15% increase in the cost of food prepared and sold by food vendors, which will affect the general, public. So this will lead, unfortunately, à une augmentation du coût de la vie déjà directement impactée par ça. Et ça concerne des centaines de milliers de Mauriciens. Is he prepared to exempt those persons from this new lowered threshold?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I said earlier, that in what kind of economic situation we are today. it's not, on est en train de faire ça pas avec gaieté de cœur, but there is a necessity, there is an economic necessity which unfortunately the last government has given us as inheritance.
Honourable Leader Opposition.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, thank you. In the same vein, this is the second time I'm asking this question. With regard to the small pleasure craft operators which have been forced through this budget to become VAT registered, may I ask the Honourable Minister how he reconciles this very unfair decision towards that category of entrepreneur, while at the same time encouraging Mauritians to become entrepreneurs. And we know that this measure will affect the tourism sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is not only this sector. We can argue that there will be this sector, that sector. You just can't pinpoint one sector. But as I said earlier, it's a decision of government which we had to take with difficulty, but we know that there was no choice for us because we could have done one thing. We increased the base so as to have more revenue, but we could have increased VAT. Then all these what you are saying would have been exempted. But we had a choice to make. And we all know increased VAT, it's a tax on the poor. Because everyone, tout le monde va être frappé. So we had a choice to make, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you. So we go.
Question.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Speaker, with your permission, I wish to make a statement concerning the reform of the basic retirement pension. The reform is to gradually raise the eligibility age for the old age pension from 60 to 65 years over 5 years. I want to speak directly and honestly to all Mauritians who look to this government for leadership in difficult times. First of all, let me repeat again. There is utter confusion in the mind of many people between what is a contributory pension and a non-contributory one. A contributory pension requires the beneficiary to pay into the plan from his salary, like occupation pensions. In a non-contributory pension plan, the beneficiary does not contribute for the benefit he receives. The BRP is a non-contributory pension. There is no contribution from beneficiaries. It is funded from the consolidated fund. As a compassionate government, we have heard the voices of the people, we have listened to their concerns, and have acted on them as far as possible, because the danger for the country, it is not being exaggerated, it is real and it is dramatic. Let me once again assure the House and the population that the government has not taken the decision to reform the basic retirement pension lightly. We have acted out of necessity, not out of choice. Let me recall some of the reasons that have motivated our decision. First, the cost of basic retirement pension payment has become explosive and is unsustainable. BRP spending in Mauritius has soared from 1.9% of GDP in 2010 to 7.8% in 2024-25. Basic retirement pension expenditure alone would be 55.4 billion rupees this fiscal year. It has almost doubled in 4 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It will reach 100 billion in 2035. That is clearly unsustainable. Second, demographic pressures are aggravating the cost of implication of the BRP. Mauritius, as we know, has an aging population and a declining birth rate. The population aged over 60 and above has grown substantially from 186,400 in 2015 to 257,600 in 2024. It will continue to grow as the population ages, and it will reach around 315,000 in 2038. As a result, without any reform, the cost of basic retirement pension on the government budget will exceed 100 billion rupees. Third, as a result of the demographic trends, the ratio of active workers per retiree has plummeted from 7 in 2000 to 3.9 in 2015 and to 2.7 today. And it is expected to drop to 2 by 2035. This means fewer workers supporting more retirees, placing immense strain on public finances. It is a fact that when the number of workers is much higher than the number of older retirees, the basic retirement pension system is relatively sustainable. But when the number of workers shrinks and the number of old age pensioners soars, the system becomes fiscally unsustainable and financially unbearable. Fourth, in the last 14 years, spending on old age pension has ballooned by a staggering 828%. Fifth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the financial legacy of the previous government is in an unbelievable mess with very high budget deficits, rising borrowing requirements, and a mountain of debt for future generations. The country's financial resources are therefore stretched to the limit and has reached the tipping point. The current pension system, if left unchanged, is simply not sustainable. The situation is such that without reform, we risk a future where there will be no pension at all for any retiree, neither today's retirees nor those of tomorrow. As a responsible government, we could not stay indifferent to such a threat to our society, and particularly to the elderly of our nation. We therefore consider it as a solemn duty of government to ensure a strong and reliable pension system for generations to come. This is why we have chosen a phased approach, raising the eligibility age by 1 year at a time, starting with 61 next year until we reach 65 in 2030. This gradual transition is designed to give families time to adjust and to avoid sudden hardship for those nearing retirement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're not alone in this challenge. Across the world, countries are raising retirement ages in response to longer life expectancy and financial pressures of supporting a growing elderly population. Our reforms are in line with global best practice, but we have tailored them to our unique circumstances, mindful of our people's needs and of our nation's values. But let me be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Compassion and responsibility must go hand in hand. We are doing reform because there is no choice. There is absolutely no choice. That is why we have set up 2 interministerial committees to look into the matter and to balance compassion with responsibility. In the interest of time and expediency, we have merged these 2 committees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after careful analysis of all the facts and figures, government has decided that some families deserve support until they are eligible for the basic retirement pension, which is according to the reform. Government has decided, therefore, to provide an income support of 10,000 rupees per month to persons who reach the age of 60 years as from the 1st of September 2025. These persons will be eligible for the income support provided that A, in the case of a person who is single, his or her monthly income does not exceed 10,000 rupees, or in the case of a person who is married, the monthly household income does not exceed 20,000 rupees. For a single person, the monthly income will include emoluments, income from business or profession, and contributory retirement benefits, but it will exclude lump sum payable on retirement and other benefits, including the invalidity allowance provided by the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security, and National Solidarity. For a married person, the monthly income will include emoluments, income from business or profession, and contributory retirement benefits, but it will exclude the lump sum payable on retirement and other benefits provided, including invalidity allowance, provided by the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity, as well as the basic invalidity pension, the income support in lieu of the BRP, or the BRP being drawn by the spouse. Most of the beneficiaries will be housewives, retirees, employed and self-employed that meet the criteria, which is larger than the initial criteria of focusing on sectors with difficult working conditions. On average, there will be some 7,500 eligible beneficiaries per age group annually over the next 5 years, which represents around 46% of those turning 60. This special effort made by government will cost some 8.7 billion rupees over the next 5 years. The Mauritius Revenue Authority will be responsible for the payment mechanism. Beneficiaries will have to submit a one-time application for the income support to the MRA unless there is a change in circumstances. The income support will be credited directly in the bank account of the beneficiaries, and payment is expected to start on the 1st of September of 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in parallel, we will carry out a holistic review to improve the invalidity pension system, which will start in the coming days. Furthermore, as announced in the budget, a commission of experts will be set up to look into the reform of the 3 pillars that constitute the pension system, as well as revamping of the National Pension Fund to replace the contribution sociale généralisée. The terms of reference of the Commission are being worked out, and the chairperson and members of the Commission will be appointed very soon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our decision has been guided by the need to balance social coherence and fiscal stewardship. While our decision favors our deep commitment to social justice, we have ensured that at the same time that our roadmap to fiscal consolidation is not jeopardized. It has been a tough balancing act, but in the end we are confident that we will, with the cooperation and understanding of one and all, take our country safely to port. Thank you.
Public Bills, second reading.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 be read a second time.
Seconded.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I shall keep my remarks short and focused. This bill aims neither to widen tax powers nor to invent new causes of action. It does one thing only. It replaces the Assessment Review Committee, currently provided for in Section 18 of the Mauritius Revenue Authority Act, with a Revenue Tribunal, and this with a clear purpose in mind, rationalizing and modernizing the process with the necessary checks and balances in order to have a more just, accessible, and comprehensive system. That shift may look modest on paper, yet it answers concrete shortcomings that practice has made impossible to ignore. I will outline those shortcomings, explain how the bill deals with each, and show why a new legislation instead of simple amendments was the only satisfactory route. The Assessment Review Committee, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, created in 2006, has indeed performed valuable service. Its composition placed experienced barristers in the chair and paired them with members drawn from accountancy, economics, and taxation. It could sit in flexible panels, and from 2022, it even gained power, subject to the consent of the parties, to reconstitute a panel that lost one of its members before the case is over. None of that is being discarded. The new tribunal still has the Public Service Commission as appointing authority for its legal members and preserves the requirement that lay members bring specialized financial expertise and remain independent of the public service or the MRA. But we needed to go further. Experience has revealed 4 structural obstacles which the existing committee, because of its very nature as an emanation of the MRA's statute, could not overcome. First, institutional independence. The main function of the Assessment Review Committee is to hear and determine representations made by any person who is aggrieved by a decision, determination, notice or claim of the Director General of the MRA or of the Registrar General. However autonomous and unbiased the Assessment Review Committee may be, it remains conceptually part of the authority whose decision it reviews. Therefore, in view of the quasi-judicial nature of its functions, it is considered more appropriate for such functions to be discharged by a fully fledged tribunal along the same lines as other existing administrative tribunals such as the Employment Relations Tribunal, the Environment and Land Use Appeal Tribunal, and the Public Bodies Appeal Tribunal. The Revenue Tribunal will be a standalone body established by its own act, with its own secretary and staff working under the chairperson's administrative control. That separation is not cosmetic. It speaks to public confidence, particularly among foreign investors accustomed to seeing revenue disputes being handled outside the revenue agency's statutory framework. It puts the new tribunal at par with other quasi-judicial bodies, which I referred to earlier, which are entrenched in the minds of the citizens as checks and balances to the exercise of executive power. Second, procedural certainty. Per Section 20, subsection 3 of the MRA Act, the committee, the ARC, endeavoured to fix hearings within 3 months and to issue its decisions within 6. Such good intentions too often slipped, sometimes because complex interlocutory matters consumed the calendar. The bill transforms these aspirations into legal obligation. Clause 7 now mandatorily requires the tribunal to schedule a preliminary hearing within 120 days of lodging and deliver its determination within 90 days of the close of evidence, a period which may be extended only in exceptional circumstances and only with the consent of all parties. The timelines are thus shorter, clearer, and enforceable, and practitioners will be free to plan and taxpayers budget around a reliable procedural calendar. Third, the scope of appeals. Under the present Act, a party dissatisfied with the decision of the ARC may go to the Supreme Court only on a question of law, via an outdated process of asking the ARC to state a case. That narrow gateway means that an error of fact, for example, an arithmetical slip or a mistaken reading of a ledger, cannot be corrected on appeal. Clause 1 removes that artificial constraint. Appeals will follow the ordinary civil route used for district court judgments, allowing the Supreme Court to examine both fact and law. The change neither widens nor narrows tax liabilities. It simply ensures that mistakes in the appreciation of facts of whatever nature may be rectified. Accordingly, an appeal to the Supreme Court will now also be assessed on any factual evidence adduced before the Revenue Tribunal. Fourth, alternative dispute resolution. The current system relied on separate alternative tax dispute resolution panels. Those panels have been now repealed, and the bill closes the gap by weaving mediation into the tribunal's own fabric, where both parties ask for it. The chairperson will refer the matter to a mediation panel consisting of a legal member of the tribunal and, where appropriate, another member. Any agreement reached will be recorded as a final, binding determination, and if none is reached within 90 days, the case reverts to the tribunal without prejudice. The taxpayer therefore gains a voluntary, confidential avenue that can conserve both resources and goodwill. This bill also codifies matters that until now depended on implication or practice. Clause 9 states expressly that the burden of proving that an assessment is wrong or that a tax has in fact been paid lies on the person disputing the charge. Clause 12 creates specific offences for refusing to attend or for giving false evidence, with penalties of up to 100,000 rupees and imprisonment. Those provisions do not invent new duties. They place existing judicial expectations beyond doubt. Conversely, the bill abandons what is no longer needed. The key performance indicator regime, whereby the Minister of Finance, sets annual targets for the committee, is not reproduced. The independence of the tribunal means that it must enjoy freedom from ministerial control and notation, subject to the requirements of the legislation. And a word on transition now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Clause 18 provides that every matter already opened before the committee as it stands today and still pending on commencement day of this legislation will be taken over by the tribunal exactly where it stood at the time. Parties will not have to free file, and fees already paid will be carried forward. In short, no litigant will be disadvantaged by the structural changes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to recap in broad strokes, this bill contains 4 clusters of clauses. First, the machinery itself, clauses 1 and 2, supply the preliminaries. Clauses 3 to 5 create the tribunal, set its membership and staffing. Second cluster, the hearing process, clauses 6 to 10, preserve the 28-day appeal window, lay down full procedural instructions with firm timelines, take evidence on oath unlike before the ARC, build in mediation, place the burden of proof on the appellant, and spell out the tribunal's power to confirm, amend, or quash a revenue decision. Third cluster, supervision and enforcement. Clause 11 opens appeals on fact and law to the Supreme Court. Clauses 12 and 13 set offences for obstruction and give members statutory immunity, whilst Clause 14 and 15 authorise regulations and rules of court. Finally, the fourth cluster, consequential matters. Clause 16 repeals the ARC from the MRA Act. Clause 17 updates 10 related enactments. Clause 18 moves pending ARC cases straight to the new tribunal. Clause 19 deals with commencement, and the schedule lists every revenue law that will now fall within the tribunal's reach. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, fair taxation implies fair adjudication. The design before the House retained what has worked: a professional bench, specialised members, flexible panels. And it corrects what has not worked: institutional dependence, elastic timelines, an unduly narrow right of appeal, and the absence of a modern mediation track. It does so through an instrument that does not make the tribunal a subsidiary of the authority it reviews. That is the entire logic of the bill. It is a small step in the vast modernization process which we are bringing to consecrate the rule of law and make justice more accessible and efficient. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, after the bill was introduced to this House, we received some further proposals from members of the Assessment Review Committee, some of which have been taken on board and some of which we did not, as we deemed them superfluous. They are mainly with regard to some cross-referencing in other legislation and to bring clarity in some provisions of the bill. We have already circulated the amendments, which are only technical in nature, and I will move for these amendments at committee stage of the bill. With these words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I commend the Revenue Tribunal Bill to the House.
Thank you. Honourable Narsinghan.
Thank you, Mr. the Deputy Speaker. I'm intervening today to support the Revenue Tribunal Bill This is a transformative piece of legislation that heralds a new era of fairness, efficiency, and transparency in the resolution of tax disputes in our Republic. In fact, it is to be noted that there has been a backlog of cases, and this bill, as rightly pointed out by Honourable the Attorney General, aligns tax dispute resolution with international standards as prescribed by the OECD and other international organizations and other countries where we have borrowed best practices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for too long, taxpayers, businesses, and other stakeholders have voiced legitimate concerns about the complexities, delays, and procedural shortcomings inherent in the current dispute resolution framework under the Assessment Review Committee. The bill today responds to those concerns with conviction and clarity. In fact, during the electoral campaign, the Prime Minister and many members present have also promised to address genuine criticisms which were addressed to our taxation system. You still remember these criticisms. So in a society, in fact, a fair and delicate balance has to be struck between the interest of taxpayers and the state, that is society at large. I should recall the jurist and philosopher Roscoe Pound, who explained the idea of dual postulates in a given society, and how we as policymakers must reconcile competing interests in a society, and this is what we are doing today. This is what has been done by the Attorney General and the present government, and this work has to be fully commended. Now, what we have today, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, we have a modern and independent tribunal. First and foremost, you will see that Section 3 of the bill establishes a revenue tribunal as a fully independent statutory body. So now, as pointed out by the Honourable Attorney General, we have a stand-alone legal framework distinct from the MRA Act, and this is very important because now this will dispel any doubt on the lack of strict separation of powers and duties, and to do away once for all with bias. Now, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, it's not only bias, but also the perception of bias, and this is very important. So unlike the ARC, which was nested within the MRA framework and the sections 18 to 21 of the MRA Act, now we have a distinct entity, and it is to be noted, very important, that the tribunal shall be composed of legally qualified and experienced professionals. And as from now, with the new legislation, the chairman should be a barrister reckoning 10 years of experience, and the vice chairman should reckon 5 years of experience. Now, experience is of essence. You know very well, honourable members, that in the legal profession, when you start the profession, you have to grapple your way. It takes you, on average, around 5 years to know where you want to go. And I consider that somebody with 10 years of experience is very, very important. Possibly, I'm just suggesting, possibly we could have added that 5 years of experience, general experience, but also 5 years of relevant experience in the field of taxation. Because you will understand, somebody can be an outstanding barrister in criminal matters, not necessarily in taxation, and tax law is something which is very, very complex. So a barrister, only after that period, we can focus on specific areas. So the new section represents, I would say, a monumental shift towards institutional impartiality and judicial independence, as well as the hiring of a chairperson with considerably more legal experience. Now, another important point, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, you will see there is the element of timeliness and efficiency. And one of the most commendable reforms introduced by the bill is the imposition, this time, of statutory deadlines. And you will notice that under Section 7, subsection 7, the tribunal must fix a preliminary hearing within 120 days of the appeal being lodged and render its decision, this is very important, within 90 days of the close of the hearing. And this is in fact a far cry from the previous regime under the MRA Act, where delays of 6 months or even were the norms, and deadlines were only, I would say, aspirational at best and not mandatory, and there was too much flexibility, as pointed out by the Honourable Attorney General. And this is in fact not appropriate for the business world. And at the same time, what we noticed, there was only a best endeavor standard. So there was a sort of illusion, and many people could exploit the system and use dilatory tactics, unfortunately, and this is why we ended up having such a very important backlog of cases. And what we notice also, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable members also, the tribunal is not, this time you will find out, very important to put that on record, is not a toothless forum as it used to be. Under Section 7, subsection 5, this time it is vested with what I would qualify as court-like powers, that is, the ability to summon witnesses, compel production of documents, administer oaths, which is very important, unlike the current law. So this was not so under the purview of the actual law which we have. Now, such powers, you will understand, ensure the proceedings, that the proceedings are conducted rigorously with due regard to the rule of law and also evidential standards. And very important to note, Honourable Deputy Speaker, you will see that frivolous and vexatious revenue appeals under the law may be dismissed now outright by virtue of Section 10, subsection 5. And also very important to note that this time, the tribunal may award cost with appropriate strong, which is in a way a strong deterrent to abusive litigations. What is also important, as pointed out by the Honourable Attorney General, there has to be a fairness in procedure and evidence. And a critical safeguard is introduced, you will see, in Section 9, which provides that documents or evidence not disclosed at the objection stage shall be inadmissible unless the party shows good cause. And this promotes procedural discipline and deters last-minute litigation ambushes. Moreover, you will see also, and this is a very important point, the burden of proof has been expressly codified this time, as pointed out by the Attorney General. While it is generally, the burden of proof generally lies on the taxpayer, you will note that this time, Section 9, subsection 4, rightly shifts the burden to the MRA in specific matters of income tax and VAT avoidance under Section 90 of the Income Tax Act, and also under Section 36A of the VAT Act, respectively. Another important point which has been touched by Honourable Attorney General is the innovations through mediation. Very, very important point. And one of the most progressive, I would say, element in that, is, and we welcome the changes introduced by this bill, is the complete overhauling of mediation, which is now governed by Section 8 of the new bill. And you will find out that under the old regime, in Section 21T of the MRA Act, mediation was limited to only one meeting. And it was almost impossible when it was conducted by the chairperson and the vice chairperson. The officers of the MRA, both the officers of the MRA and the tax representatives, could not conclude settlements in a single day, which was impossible, as I mentioned, given the very complexity and complex cases of tax cases. And given the amount of calculations and documents that are involved when revising a tax determination. And this has been putting undue pressure, you would agree with me, on both taxpayers and tax officers. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, by contrast, you will see that the Revenue Tribunal Bill enables parties can jointly opt for mediation at any point, very important point, before a hearing. And in fact, a 60-day period is granted for meaningful engagement, and a panel can be constituted for neutrality. Agreements reached are final, binding, and non-presidential. This is important to note. Most importantly, the time afforded for mediation under this new system allows both parties to reflect, consult, and negotiate meaningfully, reducing adversarial tension, very important in such litigation, and encouraging the resolution. This approach, Mr. Deputy Speaker, strengthens taxpayers' revenue authority relations, reduces litigation costs, and also restores confidence in dispute resolution process. You will note also that this time we have stronger appeals and finality, and another current law, and only errors of law may be appealed to the Supreme Court. And this time, as pointed out also by the Honourable Attorney General, through Section 11, this time, we have a more comprehensive appellate process, aligning with procedural safeguards applicable to decisions of district courts in civil matters. And now, as you know, as pointed out already, very important point, taxpayers can appeal on both points of law and facts. And this is very, very essential in tax cases. It is now a proper appeal and not a mere review. And also, it is to be noted, there is also enforcement and sanctions which have been beefed up, which did not exist, and to ensure compliance. You will see that Section 12 introduces penalties for obstruction of justice, including fines of up to 100,000 rupees and imprisonment up to 2 years. And this, in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this reinforces the tribunal authority and protects, very important, the integrity of the process. And precautions have also been taken to make the process that there is a seamless transition and continuity, as pointed out by the Attorney General. The bill is not, in fact, a bulldozer. It is carefully engineered reform, and you will see that Section 18 provides for the seamless transition of all pending ARC cases to the tribunal. As a conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would say the bill does not merely abolish the Assessment Review Committee, it replaces it with a purpose. It restores faith in tax justice, very important for this government, justice. It empowers both the taxpayer and the state. It delivers predictability, which is important in a legal system, impartiality, and also speed. In a country committed to upholding good governance, we have been hammering on this, and investor confidence, we have been hammering on that. This reform is not only welcome, it is necessary. And therefore, the Assessment Review Committee has served, it is true, taxpayers for 2 decades, but the hybrid nature, being an executive sort of tribunal, where the executive has been poking its nose to a certain extent. So it is important that this time the Revenue Tribunal is replacing the architecture with an institution that is clearly separated from the revenue-raising arm of government. Endowed this time with genuine judicial muscles, disciplined by enforceable time limits, and very important, open to consensual settlement. And it is also important that we have taken all the care in order to cater for SMEs and also larger businesses. Once again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government is fulfilling its promises. That is, to ease the lot of taxpayers, small businesses, the government also. So it is creating in a way a very conducive business environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill is not just about institutional adjustment. It forms part of a much wider transformation that this government is pledged to undertake. A transformation anchored in the vision laid out in the government programme 25-29 under the banner A Bridge to the Future. The creation of the Revenue Tribunal is a concrete step in restoring the independence and credibility of public institutions, a core pillar of our government programme. By transferring quasi-judicial tax adjudication from a body rooted in the Revenue Authority's own statute to a fully autonomous tribunal, we are progressing on our commitment to rebuild democracy and ensure justice through institutional reform. This reform also speaks directly to the programme's ambition to make justice more accessible, swift and fair, which has been one of the central tenets of my role as Attorney General. With clear timelines, transparent appeal rights, mediation options, the Tribunal will serve as a modern, responsive and accountable mechanism for resolving disputes, not in years, but in months. These are precisely the characteristics demanded in the programme's judicial reform agenda, which includes new specialised courts and simplified appeal procedures. The Revenue Tribunal embodies these objectives. Moreover, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this legislation dovetails with the public sector reform drive announced in the government programme. A more performing public service must be matched by modern legal institutions that deliver justice efficiently and equitably. Just as the economy is being rebuilt on a foundation of fair contribution and fiscal consolidation, the Tribunal provides the guarantee that the fair process and independent recourse will be available to all, especially the SMEs and ordinary taxpayers who carry the weight of national recovery. In short, the Revenue Tribunal is not an isolated reform, it is an investment in better governance. It is a visible and practical expression of the government's promise to restore trust, ensure fairness, and turn broad principles of reform into tangible rights for all citizens. I move that the bill be passed.
Seconded. Seconded by the Honourable Prime Minister.
Public Bill Committee stage.
Please be seated.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
I move that Clause 2 of the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, establishment of tribunal. Clause 4, divisions of tribunal. Clause 5, staff of tribunal. Clause 6, appeal to tribunal.
The question is that Clauses 3 to 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7, proceedings of tribunal.
I move that Clause 7 of the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 7 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, mediation.
The question is that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, burden of proof.
I move that clause 9 of the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 9 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, decision of tribunal.
I move that clause 10 of the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 10 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, appeal to Supreme Court.
I move that clause 11 of the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 11 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, offences. Clause 13, protection from liability. Clause 14, regulations. Clause 15, rules. Clause 16, repeal. Clause 17, consequential amendments. Clause 18, saving and transitional provisions. Clause 19, commencement.
The question is that clauses 12 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I move that the schedule to the bill be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that the schedule be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Please resume your seat. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Public bill, third reading.
Honourable Attorney General,
I move that the Revenue Appeal Bill number 12 of 2025 be read the third time and passed.
seconded. Yes, seconded by. The question is that the Revenue Tribunal Bill number 12 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So we break for 35 minutes.
Public Bills, second reading.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to move that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill number 15 of 2025 be read a second time.
Yes. Seconded?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Bill be read a second time. Let me start by reminding the House that in the government program under the subtitle Restoring Integrity in the Gaming Industry, we have undertaken to restore public confidence in the Gambling Regulatory Authority, the GRA, particularly in regard to its oversight of the horse racing industry. We committed to bring relevant amendments to the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act to ensure that the GRA operates as the trustworthy regulator of the gaming and betting industry in a transparent and accountable manner. We are honoring that pledge today. The bill should be viewed in a much broader perspective of government's unflinching determination to clean our country of the activities of the mafia under which the MSM regime has infiltrated all our institutions and brought the image of our country into disrepute. It is worth reminding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the House that under the previous government, the GRA, instead of furthering its objectives as spelled out in the law, developed an incestuous relationship with the gambling don. The GRA became a den of notorious agents at the service of the political masters. From 2015 to 2024, the GRA totally destroyed public confidence in the gambling and the horse racing industry. In fact, it literally decimated horse racing in Mauritius. It acted more like a gambling promotion authority, dishing out various licenses in every nook and corner of the island. This is how the then government went about to prevent Mauritius becoming a nation Zugadea. As they unashamedly said during the campaign of 2014 general elections. But when they came in office, they did exactly the opposite. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last decade, we witnessed a gradual decline in the horse racing industry. Lack of trust, allegations of race fixing, cases of doping, animal mistreatment, pitiful state of the race tracks, infrastructure and other amenities, including, if you remember, nails thrown on the racetrack before horses started running. And there was also a dramatic increase in the number of people attending the races at Champ de Mars. This situation was a direct consequence of the memes of the MSM government and its cronies. The Gambling Regulatory Authority, which was supposed to ensure that gambling is conducted in a fair and transparent manner, had in fact lamentably failed in its mission and objectives, as spelled out in the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act. How can the public forget how the mafia, through the proxies, like one Dave Bicari, concocted a Machiavellic plan to get rid of the proud historic legacy in the sports arena, that is the Mauritius Turf Club. The MTC, we should all remember, is believed to be the oldest horse racing club in the Southern Hemisphere. It is a happy coincidence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this bill is coming practically 230 years after the creation of the MTC on the 25th of June, 1812. The same Mr. Bicari, as I have already stated in the House, was also a special advisor to the then Prime Minister, Pravin Jagannath, and he accumulated many other lucrative positions, such as board membership of not one, 6 state-owned enterprises. He was a board member and vice chairperson of the Gambling Authority, a regulatory authority. He was paid an amount of 3.3 million rupees by the GRA. Let me also remind the House who were the legal advisors retained by the GRA. The services of Mr. Ravi Yerigadu were retained from May 2014 to the end of 2024, and he was paid 4 million rupees, including a fixed monthly retaining fee of 46,000 rupees. The services of Mr. Krishnathin Uchuba, barrister at law, were retained from February 2022 to November 2024 as legal consultant. Uchuba. Additionally, he acted as the head of the horse racing division and was also the chairman of the horse racing committee. He was paid 4.6 million rupees, including a monthly salary of 130,000 rupees. If this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not a clear case of conflict of interest, then we should redefine what conflict of interest means. Furthermore, Mrs. Saya Ragabudu, attorney at law, whose services were retained from May 2019 to the end of 2024, was paid 1.4 million rupees. Let me also remind the House that in September 2014, I had set up a commission of inquiry on horse racing in Mauritius to look into serious allegations of corruption in horse racing and in connection with the gambling world. The commission was chaired by Mr. Parry. He was also assisted by Mr. Gunn and Mr. Scottney. A preliminary report was submitted in November 2014, just prior to the new general elections, which were held in December 2014. Surprisingly, after the elections, the preliminary report mysteriously disappeared. In fact, I had taken the precaution of asking the then President of the Republic, Mr. Kailash Prayag, to ensure that the new Prime Minister received the report, the preliminary report. He assured me that it was sent by dispatch rider and they had signed in the book at the PMO. Yet, the former Prime Minister said he never received the report, never. The interim report was eventually tabled in the National Assembly more than 2 years later, in 2017, not by the MSM government, not by the Prime Minister, but by the then leader of the opposition, Xavier-Luc Duval. He produced that report. There had been no trace of the report anywhere. No wonder the Commission of Inquiry on Horse Racing conveniently disappeared from the then Prime Minister's office. In August 2021, Weekend newspaper managed to interview Mr. Ben Gunn, who is a sports integrity specialist, a former British Horse Racing Authority regulatory director, a former Gambling Commission commissioner, and a former police chief. I picked these people precisely because they had knowledge, they had integrity, and they knew how to do inquiries. Commenting on the weird disappearance of the report of the Commission on Inquiry on Horse Racing, Mr. Ben Gunn assured Weekend newspaper that he handed the final report accompanied by a letter directly to one Mr. Dave Pickari. The latter had told Mr. Gunn that the then Prime Minister, Sanu Jagnat, was too busy to receive him and Mr. Scottney. In his interview, Mr. Ben Gunn added, I quote, "The situation in the racing industry has worsened, and that's a real shame because it looks bad for the future of racing in Mauritius," unquote. That's when the MSM government came in power. This is what he said. He also stated, and let me quote, he said the finance bill of the MSM government in 2021 does not reflect neither the letter nor the spirit of the Paris report on horse racing in Mauritius because it lacks the essential and fundamental elements of independence, unquote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say a few words about the scheme that was put in place for an absolute control of the gambling industry with the clear objective of filling the war chest of the MSM. We know the decision to abolish off-course booking was taken to favor a notorious bookmaker who was operating through remote control. This resulted in a substantial decrease in gambling revenue and job losses. In every country in the world, the revenue increases. In Mauritius, it decreased. The horse racing division was presented in the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Bill of 2021 as an independent division whose purpose was primarily, I quote, to ensure that a horse racing organizer effectively discharges its responsibilities regarding the organization of horse racing in all its aspects, including safety, comfort and standards of hygiene, security, discipline, and the prevention of fraud. What happened, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was that the HRD turned out to be nothing but a stratagem to usurp the powers and prerogatives of the horse racing organizer, which was the Mauritius Turf Club at the time. HRD never acted as an independent body. It was acting only as a political agent of the MSM. Additionally, right from the moment that HRD had undertaken its operations, the stipendiary stewards have been subject to recurrent criticisms from the press and the public. Several anomalies were noticed by racing adepts in terms of how the races were read by the stewards and concerning the rationale behind decisions taken by them, which were often considered as being of a very, very questionable nature. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while the introduction of the personal manager license was meant to be a laudable initiative on paper, it was in practice weaponized and used as a political tool to shoot down potential GRA licensees or those who were already in possession of a license to coerce them to toe the line of the chief manipulator. They were told, either you do that or we take away your license. The Côte d'Or International Racecourse and Entertainment Complex, whose mandate was to uphold the overall infrastructure of the Champ de Mars, turned out to be nothing but a scheme to favor the horse racing mafia. It should be recalled how the Côte d'Or Entertainment Complex had leased the Champ de Mars to 2 horse racing organizations in 2022. The sharing of the racecourse was a disaster due to the absence of, there was no proper framework. We all remember how the racetrack, as I said, was sabotaged during the same year, just prior to the Maiden Cup. The Mauritian public at large and industry stakeholders in particular are looking up to the government to relaunch the horse racing activities in a fair and transparent manner. Only when there is a perception that races are clean, the foundations can be laid for sustainability and growth of the sector. The Mauritian public is expecting government, through the Gambling Regulatory Authority, to take strong actions to this effect. The Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill aims at revamping the horse racing industry in Mauritius. The bill focuses mainly on the following: reforming of the administrative setup of the Gambling Regulatory Authority, reviewing the regulatory control and licensing functions of the Gambling Regulatory Authority, restoring the responsibility for organizing racing activities of the horse racing organizer, and strengthening provisions regarding illegal betting, money laundering, and tax evasion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the Gambling Regulatory Authority to carry out its functions effectively and efficiently, it is important that the Gambling Regulatory Authority be restructured. Clauses 4 and 11 specifically set out the new administrative setup of the Gambling Regulatory Authority with 7 divisions. I must say, Mr. Speaker, we've circulated an amendment to clauses 11 and 12 to that effect. The Horse Racing Division is being renamed as the Horse Racing Integrity Division and will be responsible to protect the integrity of horse racing and ensure that horse racing is fair, clean, and free from corruption or malpractice. Clause 11, which we are amending, provides that the different divisions will be under the administrative control as we have amended, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Clause 5 redefines and strengthens the regulatory licensing monitoring, and enforcement functions of the Gambling Regulatory Authority in relation to horse racing activities. The authority will be responsible to promote public confidence in the integrity through proper standards of conduct and competence, to ensure transparency and good governance, and ensure that the horse racing organizer effectively discharges his responsibilities. In addition, as provided in Clause 6 of the bill, the board will take over the functions of the horse racing division, which was not independent, and will henceforth be responsible for the proper conduct of horse racing activities. The GRA will also set up and enforce standards for the board, enforce standards for race courses, enforce the rules of racing, issue rules, direction, and guidelines to ensure the implementation of anti-doping measures, amongst others. The Gambling Regulatory Authority Board will now be responsible for licensing or registering of trainers, also for assistant trainers, jockeys, apprentice jockeys, equine veterinarians, other horse racing professionals, stables, and equestrian centers. Clause 29 provides that the annual license fee to be paid by these categories of licensees ranges from 500 rupees to 15,000 rupees. Amendment is also being brought in Clause 20 to provide that these license holders with the Gambling Regulatory Authority will not be required to hold a personal management license. The Responsible Gambling and Capacity Building Fund under the Gambling Regulatory Authority Act aims at developing and implementing a responsible gambling program for the public and identifying and addressing the ills associated with the gambling industry. With a view to bringing greater synergy between the Gambling Regulatory Authority Board and the fund, Clauses 9 and 10 provide that the fund will henceforth be administered by a responsible gambling board, which will be constituted from members of the Gambling Regulatory Authority Board. The core functions of the horse racing organizer are being restored for the proper running of the horse racing activities. Thus, Clauses 16 and 17 stipulate that the horse racing organizer will have the full responsibility for organizing racing activities, including preparing the rules of racing for approval by the Gambling Regulatory Authority, managing the racetracks, and ensuring the safety and proper management of the race events. The rules of racing will include features such as racing calendar, fixtures list, nominations, and race cards. And the horse racing organizer will be under the direction of the Gambling Regulatory Authority and not the horse racing division. Provision is also being made at Clause 18 for the horse racing organizer to henceforth be the sole holder of a totalizer, that is pool betting, what we call pool betting, operator license. A totalizer operator may appoint agents to manage his totalizer activities with approval of the GRA. The annual license fee for an agent of the totalizer operator will be 500,000 rupees. The existing totalizer operators will be allowed to operate until the expiry of their license. With a view to combating illegal betting, money laundering, and tax evasion, the following amendments are being made. Leasing of horses has been used as the means for money laundering. We've seen people who had nothing to do with horse racing suddenly were owning a lot of horses. Now, to stop this practice, leasing of horses will be disallowed in Clause 2. Clause 19 reintroduces fixed odds betting on local races conducted by the bookmaker outside the race course to allow punters greater access to legal bookmakers. However, bookmaker will not be allowed to operate both at the race course and outside the race course. Clause 24 makes it mandatory for all bookmakers and totalizer operators, including those operating through remote communication, to issue serially numbered receipts upon bets being placed to prevent any fraudulent practices. Clause 26 makes provision for an increase in the penalty for failure to submit a return to the Mauritius Revenue Authority and pay taxes electronically from 5,000 to 50,000 rupees per month and up to a maximum of 500,000 instead of only 50,000. The bill also provides for the following amendments, namely, approval of the GRA will be required where disposal of shares in a licensee will result in a person acquiring 20% or more of the capital or voting rights instead of 10% as it is. in clause 22. Increase in the limit for cash transaction from 10,000 to 50,000 rupees between a stable owner, a stable manager, stable trainer, horse owner, or jockey, in clause 25. To allow a local gaming or betting company to sponsor race meetings and to do any advertising and publicity to that effect in Mauritius, as in the case of a foreign gaming or betting company, in clause 27. License fee payable by bookmakers and totalizers in respect of horse racing in the calendar year of 2025 will be reduced by 50% in view that the horse racing will start in the second half of the calendar year, as in clause 28. Consequential amendments to the State Lands Act regarding the vesting of the land at Champ de Mars to a corporation which may be a statutory body or government-owned company, in clause 31. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my government is upholding its responsibility by putting in place the necessary legal and administrative framework for the revamping of the horse racing industry. I'm confident that the measures that we are proposing will give a new boost to the sector, promote transparency, and protect the interests of the race-going public. It is now up to the stakeholders to play their part and ensure that horse racing sector develops in a transparent manner and regains its former place of pride. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci de me donner la parole d'intervenir sur ce projet de loi. Dès le début de mon intervention, je dois avouer que je ne suis pas un fanat de course hippique, mais comme beaucoup de nos compatriotes, mon enfance a été marquée par les courses au Champ de Mars. Cet après-midi, Monsieur le Président, j'interviens sur ce projet de loi en tant que législateur et j'y compte apporter ma contribution. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes en présence d'un projet de loi, c'est-à-dire le Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill, qui a pour but principal de redéfinir les responsabilités des parties concernées par les courses hippiques de notre pays. Et l'objectif avoué est d'améliorer la réforme de 2022 et on aurait cru voir des améliorations, mais en fin de compte, on nous sert ce que moi je qualifierais une législation troublante. Monsieur le Président, la réforme en 2021 et 2022 était nécessaire et courageuse. Il faut bien le souligner. Il fallait mettre fin à une situation qui avait trop perduré et qui était devenue néfaste pour les turfistes mauriciens. Et on avait à faire face à une situation tolérée pendant trop longtemps. Du reste, rapport après rapport d'Euro en 1985 et le rapport de Paris en 2015, le constat avait été unanime et accablant. Du reste, l'institution de cette commission d'enquête menée par M. Paris était sous la mandature de l'actuel Premier ministre et qui, pour moi, confirme que la situation s'était grandement détériorée. Les courses hippiques à Maurice souffraient, Monsieur le Président, des pratiques illicites au détriment des turfistes qui étaient les plus grandes victimes. Et le rapport de la commission d'enquête sur les courses hippiques à Maurice, présidé par le Britannique Richard Perry, était accablant. Ce rapport, publié en mars 2015, constatait ceci, je cite, "The Commission judges that the integrity of horse racing in Mauritius is at an all-time low. There was a prima facie evidence that certain persons may have committed and continued to commit criminal offences against Section 146 of the Gambling Regulatory Act, and that there was maladministration bordering on institutional corruption that perpetuated an environment in which suspected criminal activity was allowed to flourish. Fin de citation, Monsieur le Président. Le rapport, comme je vous l'ai dit, parle de malversation, de conflit d'intérêts, de collusion et des clans mafieux, pour ne citer que cela. Des noms avaient même été mentionnés, ainsi que des courses truquées. L'organisateur des courses de l'époque, le Mauritius Turf Club, essuyait de sévères critiques pour des pratiques jugées répréhensibles dans le rapport. C'était la situation au Champ de Mars à cette époque, Monsieur le Président. Et des conclusions de la commission d'enquête confirmaient la situation décrite par un ancien président du Mauritius Turf Club, M. Jean-Michel Giraud, et dans une interview publiée dans l'Express du 3 août 2014, ce dernier disait, entre autres, et je cite, « Les courses sont dirigées par des mafias. Ces mafias n'ont jamais été aussi puissantes. Je n'exagère pas, quand l'épouse d'un jockey se retrouve avec le canon d'un pistolet sur la tente et qu'on lui dit « Si ton mari gagne cette course, tu meurs ». Il me semble qu'on peut parler de mafia. Les parrains de la mafia, ils sont 2 ou 3, ils sont armés, ils sont dérelés au MTC et je n'irai pas plus loin. Et il continue. J'ai déjà reçu des menaces de mort au téléphone plusieurs fois. Et il fait mention, une fois, j'ai même appelé M. Béranger. Et il m'a dit, pars de chez toi tout de suite. Ces gens sont dangereux. Le Mauritius Turf Club ne fait plus son boulot. Fin de citation. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement avait la responsabilité et le devoir d'implémenter les plus importantes recommandations de la commission d'enquête. Et ici, j'ouvre une parenthèse pour mettre l'accent sur le fait que cette commission, instituée en 2014 par l'actuel Premier ministre, et il a fait part de cela un peu plus tôt dans son intervention, avait publié un rapport en novembre 2014 où elle réclamait une enquête criminelle en toute urgence sur des cas allégués de courses truquées, étant donné que la saison hippique tirait à sa fin et que les protagonistes concernés étaient toujours dans le pays pour être interrogés. Malheureusement, il n'y a jamais eu d'investigation criminelle, comme confirme le Premier ministre. Je dis cela, Monsieur le Président, parce que plus tard, je vais démontrer comment, par un amendement dans ce projet de loi, taillé sur mesure, et cet amendement permettra éventuellement à un des protagonistes de l'époque d'être à la tête d'une écurie de chevaux de course. Cela étant dit, Monsieur le Président, je ne vais pas m'attarder sur toutes les recommandations du rapport Paris. Je vais aborder surtout celles qui sont aujourd'hui mises de côté ou qui seront perverties par les amendements devant cette auguste Assemblée cet après-midi. La recommandation principale du rapport Paris insistait sur la nécessité absolue de séparer les regulatory and governance functions des courses hippiques des attributions de l'organisateur. Cela avait été conformément aux meilleures pratiques internationales suivant le modèle britannique. Le Gambling Regulatory Authority Act avait ainsi été amendé pour créer une Horse Racing Division indépendante au sein de la GR. Malheureusement, Monsieur le Président, cette réforme cruciale et fondamentale pour l'avenir de l'industrie hippique n'a pas plu à l'unique organisateur de l'époque, en l'occurrence le Mauritius Turf Club. Mais je ne voudrais pas entrer dans toute cette saga de l'époque qui s'ensuivit, et finalement, il y a eu la décision du MTC de ne plus organiser des courses hippiques. L'essentiel, Monsieur le Président, à l'époque, était de mener à bien cette réforme des professionnels avait été recruté au sein de la Horse Racing Division, qui a pris sous sa responsabilité les fonctions régulatrices et gouvernance des courses hippiques à Maurice. Cela, Monsieur le Président, incluait le stewarding, l'élaboration des rules of racing et autres règlements, mais aussi la préparation des fixtures et des programmes de course, le benchmarking et le handicapping, entre autres. Cette division prenait le contrôle aussi d'antidopage et des services vétérinaires, et tout cela impliquait un budget annuel de l'ordre de 70 millions d'euros. Mais aujourd'hui, au lieu de consolider cette structure, fort de l'expérience acquise ces dernières années, les amendements proposés à la section, et là je me réfère à la section 4 de la GRA Act et la nouvelle section 32, clauses 3, 4 et 17 du projet de loi, redonnent à l'organisateur des courses hippiques certaines prérogatives qui relèvent de la réglementation et qui constituent le levier vital de l'intégrité des courses hippiques à Maurice. Alors, avec ce projet de loi, le gouvernement ouvre la voie, malheureusement, à des possibilités de collusion et, ce faisant, laisse les champs libres à des malversations. Il s'agit là, Monsieur le Président, d'un recul en arrière de près de 10 ans, à l'époque où l'actuel Premier ministre avait jugé bon de prendre le taureau par les cornes et de mettre de l'ordre dans l'industrie hippique et avait commandité cette commission d'enquête. Aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président, on est en train d'effacer presque toutes les recommandations de ce même rapport Paris. Et j'ai cité plutôt les retombées de ce rapport accablant et ses conclusions. Et je peux dire que, malheureusement, nous retournons à la case départ et on est à se demander à qui va profiter le crime. Ce projet de loi remet en question non seulement le rapport, mais aussi l'indépendance des commissaires des courses, car c'est l'organisateur des courses, encore une fois, qui dictera les règles du jeu. Je me pose des questions aussi, Monsieur le Président, sur les dépenses additionnelles qui reviendront à la GRA et de facto aux contribuables. Le budget de 100 millions de roupies alloués à cette autorité risque de ne pas être suffisant. Pourquoi? J'ai appris que c'est, par exemple, la GRA qui financera les équipements de photo finish à la hauteur de presque 5 millions de roupies, lequel financement revenait toujours à l'organisateur des courses. Et cerise sur le gâteau, la GRA paiera des millions à l'organisateur, en l'occurrence une filiale du MTC, pour l'utilisation de la salle des commissaires, alors que l'organisateur a l'obligation de mettre de telles facilités gratuitement à la disposition des commissaires de course. Je parle sous la correction de l'Attorney General. Si je ne me trompe pas, je pense que le MTC réclame toujours des dommages d'1 milliard de roupies à l'État. Et j'espère qu'il va trouver une solution à cette affaire et qu'elle sera dans l'intérêt des contribuables. Monsieur le Président, je sais bien que de l'autre côté de la Chambre, un après l'autre, comme l'a fait le Premier ministre, ils vont nous sortir le nom d'une seule personne pour justifier les moyens. Mais ne soyons pas hypocrites, Monsieur le Président. Il y a toujours eu un lien entre le monde politique et le monde hippique. Ne venez pas nous faire croire qu'il existe une seule personne issue du monde hippique qui est impliquée dans la chose politique et associée à un seul parti politique, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, des réformes avaient été apportés, comme la création de la Horse Racing Division, pour assurer plus de transparence dans l'organisation des courses hippiques. Mais ce projet de loi, cet après-midi, remet tout sur le dos de la GRA, où siège actuellement, Monsieur le Président, un nominé politique qui, il n'y a pas longtemps, enfin, pas si longtemps de cela, animait un meeting politique vêtu de la casaque d'une écurie très connue à Maurice. Pour revenir, Monsieur le Président, aux amendements, la clause 18 du projet de loi va, je pense, créer un monopole. Il n'y aura qu'un seul opérateur de top et ce sera l'organisateur des courses. Cet opérateur, désigné par le gouvernement du jour, sera une filiale du MTC et provision est faite pour des agents de cet opérateur. Tout cela me paraît donc taillé, Monsieur le Président, sur mesure pour 2 opérateurs actuels qui sont connectés au MTC. Mais il y a plus grave que cela. Dans la configuration actuelle, les 3 opérateurs de TOT payaient à l'État des licensing fees annuels de 3,5 millions de roupies, soit un total de 10,5 millions de roupies. Dans la nouvelle configuration, l'État percevra 3,5 millions de roupies de l'unique opérateur. Et les autres auront à payer, les 2 autres auront à payer 500 000 roupies chacun, qui fait un total d'1 million, et pour éventuellement faire un total de 4,5 millions de roupies au lieu des 6 millions qui payaient à l'État. Monsieur le Président, j'en viens maintenant à l'amendement proposé à la section 101 de la loi, clause 23 du projet de loi. Ce gouvernement réintroduit le concept de stable manager, cette fois-ci rebaptisé stable owner, qui a été décrié dans le rapport Paris. Est-ce que cet amendement, Monsieur le Président, va être favorable pour certains qui avaient disparu du paysage hippique? Avec leur possible retour, on peut imaginer les frasques qui s'ensuivent. Ce gouvernement introduit subtilement un modèle qui a été décrié dans le rapport de la commission d'enquête et en ces termes, je cite, "The Commission heard from various stakeholders in racing, including owners, trainers, and MTC personnel, that the role of stable manager is an anachronism which served to cause confusion over who was in charge of and responsible for a training yard. The Commission was told that there was no functional reason for the retention of that post. The Commission sees no purpose to the separate post of stable manager and recommends it should be abolished forthwith, leaving only one person, the licensed trainer, having overall responsibility for running the training yard." Fin de citation. Même le MTC récusait à un moment donné ce modèle de stable manager et avec raison. Le club avait décidé à l'époque de bannir un stable manager du Champ de Mars et c'était en 2016. Celui-là même, Monsieur le Président, qui était principalement pointé du doigt dans les cas de courses truquées mentionnés dans le rapport de la commission d'enquête. Ce gouvernement trouve utile d'ignorer cette importante recommandation de la commission d'enquête. Qu'est-ce qui a pu motiver, Monsieur le Président, cette décision? Je laisse la Chambre, la population, tirer ses propres conclusions. Ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, est en train d'affaiblir le régime d'AML-CFT, mis en place pour combattre le blanchiment d'argent et prévenir que notre pays ne soit placé sur les listes grises ou noires. Est-ce qu'on est conscient qu'après les casinos, ce sont les courses hippiques qui seront ciblées lors des prochaines missions de Essamlag et FATEF? effectuant le monitoring de Maurice sur la question de blanchiment d'argent. Ce gouvernement s'est montré très frileux vis-à-vis des institutions financières internationales comme Moody's, le FMI, la Banque mondiale. Alors pourquoi prendre de tels risques dans ce projet de loi? And according, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to the FATF, et je cite, the horse racing industry faces significant anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing risk, particularly due to the large sums of money involved, complex ownership structures, and international nature of the sport. A robust risk-based approach, including enhanced due diligence, transaction monitoring, and international cooperation, is essential to mitigate these risks and prevent the industry from being exploited for illicit purposes. The horse racing business can represent significant AML CFT risks due to its potential for illicit financial activity. These risks stem from the large sums of money involved in betting, ownership and sales of horses, as well as the international nature of the sport. Fin de citation. Alors qu'il faut serrer le vis sur le blanchiment d'argent et des paris illégaux qui créent une économie parallèle, on fait le contraire à travers ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Président. On retient également, Monsieur le Président, l'amendement proposé à la section 30 de la GRA Act, c'est-à-dire clause 15 du projet de loi, où la compagnie organisatrice des courses est exemptée de la condition existante, où elle doit s'assurer que ses directeurs, managers et autres officiels soient fit and proper pour qu'elle puisse obtenir sa licence de horse racing organizer. C'est grave, Monsieur le Président, alors qu'il fallait renforcer le mécanisme pour s'assurer que les courses hippiques soient épargnées de personnages dont l'intégrité pourrait être questionnée, on dispense certains de l'obligation de prouver qu'ils sont sans reproche. Monsieur le Président, les courses hippiques, comme je l'ai souligné, dès le début de mon intervention, font partie intégrante de l'histoire de notre pays, et ça rejoint ce que le Premier ministre avait dit dans son intervention. Il est du devoir de chaque gouvernement de préserver cette industrie avec des lois responsables et justes. Vous allez sans doute décrier les mesures prises par l'ancien gouvernement, c'est normal. Nous étions dans une situation où il fallait implémenter les recommandations d'un rapport commandité par l'actuel Premier ministre lui-même. Mais nous nous étions heurtés au refus de l'unique organisateur des courses hippiques à Maurice à assumer ses responsabilités. Au-delà des turfistes, des parieurs, des écuries et des propriétaires de chevaux, il ne faut pas négliger le fait qu'il existe tout un écosystème, Monsieur le Président, qui gravite autour de l'organisation des courses hippiques à Maurice. Les employés des écuries, les bookmakers, mais aussi les petites et moyennes entreprises qui assurent la vente de nourriture et de boissons au Champ de Mars pendant les journées des courses. L'État aujourd'hui l'État aujourd'hui investit massivement pour la relance des courses à Maurice. Mais qui va encaisser les frais de location des commerçants? Une question à se poser. Rien pour les caisses de l'État, alors que vous dites que les caisses sont vides. C'est vide pour les contribuables, mais vous donnez tous les privilèges financiers à un club privé, Monsieur le Président. Il est du devoir d'un gouvernement de défendre l'intérêt de toute personne qui vit de cette industrie et de continuer à améliorer le cadre légal existant. Le gouvernement a dû faire marche arrière sur plusieurs décisions prises récemment dans le cadre du budget et j'espère que ce sera le cas aussi dans ce contexte précis. J'en ai terminé, Monsieur le Président.
Honourable Rodrigues, you have the floor for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Je me demande si je vais commencer par réfuter ce que le leader de l'opposition a commencé ou je vais commencer par mon discours. Je vais être un peu plus sage, je commence avec le mien. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise today in support of the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill 2025, a bill which mainly and at its heart is about restoring trust in one of the nation's oldest passions, horse racing. This is not merely a technical amendment or a routine legal tweak. This bill is the culmination of years of introspection. It speaks to a journey we began in 2007 when we created the GRA to bring order to the gambling and betting. It speaks to hard truths we faced in 2015 when a commission of inquiry, the Paris Commission, laid bare the flaws in how we oversaw horse racing. And it speaks to the commitment of this government, and indeed this House, to act decisively so that the thrill of race day is once again matched by confidence in the integrity of the sport. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius horse racing is nearly 2 centuries old. Generations of Mauritians have grown up with thundering hooves on a Saturday afternoon, the cheers of the crowd, the debates over which horse is the best. Our turf has produced legends in the saddle and on the training yards. But over time, we also saw shadows lengthen over this industry. Rumors of les courses truquées, fixed races, began to surface more frequently than winners in a photo finish. Horse racing fans started to wonder if only people winning were a corrupt few operating behind the scenes. In July 2014, such was the public disquiet that a commission of inquiry was appointed. Its findings were sobering. To put it plainly, it told us that the House of Horse Racing was in disarray, plagued by conflicts of interest and lack of oversight. It revealed the illegal betting syndicates were likely booming, that doping controls were falling behind, and that the public had lost faith. And what did the government that came in place in 2014 do? For 10 years, they did nothing. Yet, the leader of the opposition is boasting about the same report of the Commission of Inquiry, saying that it was damning, but until 2022, they didn't do anything. The bill before us is the latest stride in a reform process that is fundamentally changing horse racing in Mauritius for the better. Through this bill, we are institutionalizing what should be obvious, that in sports, as in governance, integrity is everything. This bill bolsters the structures, making sure that the personnel have had no recent ties to the industry they regulate, that they answer only to the rule of law and professional standards. It fine-tunes procedures so that decisions, whether it's licensing a jockey or sanctioning a trainer, are made without fear or favor. I want to emphasize, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that this bill and the broader reforms are not anti-industry. They are pro-industry. A sport without integrity is a sport without a future. We need only to look at, for example, Hong Kong to understand this. Hong Kong's racing is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise famed worldwide. And do you know why? Because people trust it. Over there, if a jockey thinks about associating with shady characters, he is banned. If anyone tries to pull a false one, there is a high chance he ends up behind bars. In Hong Kong, they say, the steward's room never sleeps. Now, I'm not saying that we are Hong Kong. Not yet. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with this bill, we are certainly on the right track. We have incorporated many international best practices: independent stewardship, advanced veterinary and laboratory protocols, data-driven monitoring of betting, and close collaboration with financial crime agencies to choke off illicit funds. We are showing that a small country like Mauritius can punch its weight, can punch above its weight in integrity. With the structural improvements we are doing with this bill, we are tightening licensing. We have made fitness and propriety, unlike what the leaders of opposition said. We have made fitness and propriety a mantra for anyone who wants a license, whether it's a jockey's license or an organizer's. With this bill, horse racing organizers will be required to be managed by companies with proper corporate governance. I also want to draw a contrast with what could happen if we do nothing, or if we roll back these reforms. Let's look at what happened in Macau. For decades, horse racing took a back seat. Governance stagnated, and interest plummeted. This year, Macau shut down its 35-year-old horse racing operations. An unthinkable outcome for us, but a very real reminder that complacency can kill a sport. We refuse to let that happen in Mauritius. Horse racing is just not an economic activity here. It's part of our DNA. And just as DNA defines the core of an organism, integrity must define the core of our racing. One cannot talk about horse racing without mentioning the public, the men and women who flock to Champ de Mars or gather locally to watch the races. They are as much stakeholders as owners and jockeys. To the racing public, I say, your voices have been heard. You demanded cleaner races. We are delivering exactly that. Continue to hold us to account. If you see something, say something. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in supporting this bill, I believe we are doing right by our past and investing in our future. We honor the legacy of those titans of our turf history, the likes of Serge Henry, by ensuring that their sport thrives in a new era of integrity. Most importantly, we honor the trust of the people who expect us to lead in building institutions that are upright and strong. Horse racing in Mauritius should never have been a partisan matter. It's notre bien commun, and I hope it continues. Let Mauritius set an example that even in the domain often dismissed as rife with vice, we can establish virtue. That even in gambling and racing, we can demonstrate good governance that others might learn from. Integrity in horse racing is really a reflection of integrity in society. By winning this race for integrity, we signal that Mauritius will settle for nothing less in any field. The finish line in this effort is not a single moment, but an ongoing commitment. A commitment that I'm confident we shall uphold. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us not pretend we arrived here without scars. This bill comes not in isolation, but in the shadow of a near collapse, one that many here recall with unease. Not so long ago, under the stewardship of the former Minister of Finance, questions were rightly raised in this very House. The then leader of opposition, Dr. Arvin Bulel, Honourable Dr. Arvin Bulel, stood and asked, who are the true gatekeepers of our horse racing legacy? And who benefits from looking the other way? The minister unfortunately chose to duck rather than confront. He wrapped statistics around silence. He refused to answer directly whether remote betting systems were being connected live to the MRA. He avoided naming names, but the truth was already galloping ahead of him. Everyone knew who was the blue-eyed boy. Everyone knew which connected operator was allowed to roam freely across the regulatory paddocks, untouched, unchallenged, and emboldened. The result? Not just a scandal, but an attempted assassination, not of a man, but of an institution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the very soul of our horse racing heritage, an industry older than our parliament, was nearly strangled by executive complicity. We were hours away from seeing Champ de Mars turn into a graveyard of tradition. And yet, one stable stood tall, the L'Écurie Gajador, the oldest, the proudest, the one whose history is bound with the gallop of our nationhood. They refused to bow to the orchestrated collapse. They refused to be part of a regulatory conspiracy. And in that resistance, they gave us what no legislation could provide, a heartbeat. It is in that heartbeat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that today's reform is born. This bill is not about licensing or divisions or enforcement mechanisms. It is about redemption. It is about making sure that no government, orange, yellow, whatever, will ever again be allowed to gamble with our racing legacy behind the veil of ministerial privilege. And if today we rise to cast our vote in favor of this reform, let us remember, we are not just legislators. We are custodians of trust, of transparency, of a 200-year-old tradition that refused to die. With those words, I wholeheartedly support the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill 2025, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Honourable Leitoyer.
Monsieur le Président de la Chambre, l'industrie du jeu de hasard pourrait se porter mieux à Maurice. Même si je n'ai pas des chiffres précis à apporter aujourd'hui, je sais que cette industrie pourrait apporter une contribution non négligeable à l'économie nationale en termes d'impôts, de redevances et d'emplois. Nous savons tout de même que l'autotech brasse près de 3 milliards, SMS pariage 1 milliard par année. Cette industrie comprend également les courses hippiques et ses bookmakers, le sports betting qui est disponible en ligne et très populaire chez les jeunes, de même que les casinos qui offrent plusieurs jeux comme le poker, la roulette ou encore les machines à sous. L'État impose 15% sur le revenu de cette industrie. Sur le plan mondial, il faut savoir que l'industrie du hasard ne pèse pas moins de 618 milliards de dollars, croît d'environ 5% par an et son chiffre d'affaires atteindra 750 milliards de dollars d'ici 2034. Mais c'est ici, à Maurice, comme l'a dit tout à l'heure le Premier ministre, que le chiffre d'affaires de l'industrie de ce jeu-là est en train de baisser et a baissé ces dernières années. À titre de comparaison par rapport aux chiffres que j'ai mentionnés avant, laissez-moi vous dire que l'industrie mondiale du tourisme est évaluée à 1 500 milliards de dollars, ou encore le PIB suisse, un petit pays mais une grande économie, était de 590 milliards de dollars en 2022. Le PIB mauricien, c'est environ 15 milliards de dollars. nous sommes en train de parler de beaucoup d'argent, beaucoup d'argent. En présentant la Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill, le Premier ministre a expliqué les enjeux généraux et mis l'accent sur la nécessité de tourner la page d'une période sombre de l'histoire de l'industrie des jeux à Maurice. Cette période où tout le pays, y compris l'hippisme, était géré de sorte que les caciques et les affairistes du régime précédent remplissent leurs poches à n'en plus finir, et où les règles de jeu s'appelaient népotisme, corruption, abus de pouvoir, blanchiment d'argent, Jean-Michel Lichim, Bicari. Est-ce qu'une commission d'enquête ne s'impose pas pour voir comment ces personnes et d'autres ont amassé leur fortune durant ces dernières années? La question est posée. Monsieur le vice-président de la Chambre, c'est une véritable écurie d'Augias qui nécessite aujourd'hui un remède de cheval pour un nettoyage des fonds en comble. Je soutiens donc les amendements proposés à The Gambling Regulatory Authority Bill, dont l'objectif principal consiste à remettre de l'ordre dans l'ensemble de l'industrie de jeu. Dans l'immédiat, le cheval de bataille consiste à remettre l'industrie hippique sur de nouvelles bases. La reprise de l'activité hippique cette année coïnciderait avec le bicentenaire du Mauritius Turf Club, l'organisateur historique des courses. Ce sera un cadeau d'anniversaire à tous les Mauriciens. Monsieur le vice-président de la Chambre, pour préparer mon intervention de cet après-midi, j'ai parlé autour de moi et j'ai constaté sans surprise que les Mauriciens, beaucoup des Mauriciens, sont attachés aux courses hippiques. Pour les uns, c'est l'amour du cheval, cette bête majestueuse que l'homme a domestiquée. Ils sont des milliers à se rendre, semaine après semaine, au mythique Champ de Mars pour prendre part à une activité sportive unique. Pour la journée de la fameuse Maiden Cup, ils se déplacent en famille. Certains d'entre nous se souviennent des jouets artisanaux et d'autres bric-à-brac achetés à Champ de Mars et des calamindas mangés ce jour-là. Pour les autres, les courses sont une activité économique et financière. Pour les propriétaires des chevaux, c'est un investissement. Il y a aussi ces amateurs, ces petits amateurs passionnés de courses pour qui, avec 400 et 500 000 roupies, ils procurent une participation. Tout ce monde attend un retour sur investissement. Je ne parle pas ici des dizaines de marchands de Briani, de Dalpuri, de Barbapapa, des beignets et d'Alouda qui gagnent aussi leur vie. Et tout ce monde confondu, les Mauriciens aiment miser un copec, voire plus, dans l'espoir de doubler, tripler et pourquoi pas centupler leur mise. Personnellement, je n'ai jamais fait de paris et donc je ne fais pas partie de ces 100% des gagnants qui ont joué. Mais je connais beaucoup de petits parieurs, tristounés un jour, un peu heureux un autre jour. Monsieur le vice-président de la Chambre, tant mieux pour ceux qui ont gagné, même si on sait qu'à la fin, les petits parieurs honnêtes est toujours perdant. Mon propos ici concerne plutôt ceux qui n'ont pas gagné, mais tout perdu. Gagner et perdre, c'est la règle du jeu, mais il y a ceux qui perdent plus que leur mise. Ils vont jusqu'à perdre leur salaire, leurs biens, leur dignité et parfois même leur vie. C'est en cette toile de fond que je salue la section 111A du projet d'amendement en discussion. Elle introduit un Responsible Gambling and Capacity Fund. C'est nouveau, c'est innovateur. Ce programme financera des programmes de conscientisation sur les risques liés au jeu du hasard. En effet, le jeu du hasard, bien que divertissant pour certains, présente des dangers significatifs, notamment l'addiction. Le jeu peut créer une telle dépendance que le joueur se met à jouer de façon compulsive. Le jeu peut entraîner des pertes financières importantes, menant à l'endettement, à la pauvreté, à des difficultés financières pour soi-même et pour sa famille. Je suis en train de parler peut-être pour une poignée de personnes, mais n'oublions pas que la maladie, l'addiction peut être contagieuse. C'est dans ces contextes-là, Monsieur le Vice-président de la Chambre, que ce fonds est utile. Il serait très utile aussi que le fonds mette en place un mécanisme pour identifier en amont les personnes qui se dirigent vers l'addiction, les traiter et stopper la descente aux enfers. En instituant une division spécifique aux courses hippiques, l'État reconnaît qu'elle requiert une plus grande attention. L'article C entend ensure that horse racing is fair, clean and free from corruption or malpractice. L'article E parle de promote the welfare and the leisure of the race-going public. Monsieur le vice-président, le plus souvent, ce sont les personnes ayant de bas revenus, parfois désespérées, qui prennent des risques disproportionnés. On connaît des personnes qui, après une journée passée à Champ de Mars, n'ont plus d'argent pour payer les tickets d'autobus pour rentrer chez eux. On connaît d'autres qui s'endettent pour aller jouer. Un épicier m'a raconté avoir noté que l'un de ses clients diminuait systématiquement ses achats, son ration hebdomadaire, au profit de toujours un peu plus de loto. L'article 2 de la section 11A, qui prévoit justement ce fonds du gambling du GRA, demande d'identifier et de traiter tous les maux liés au jeu du hasard. Ce ne sera pas une tâche facile, mais cette loi jette les jalons pour parvenir à des jeux responsables. La clause suivante évoque capacity building, une police des jeux pour combattre les paris illégaux si courants dans nos villes et nos villages. Monsieur le vice-président, il faut effectivement promouvoir l'idée de jouer de manière responsable, notamment en évitant de jouer pour se refaire après sa perte. N'oublions pas qu'il n'est pas facile, qu'il ne sera jamais facile de détecter le joueur addicté lorsque ces derniers jouent dans le pénombre, dans les chambres de jeux online. Monsieur le vice-président, vous vous souviendriez, on a parlé tout à l'heure, ou pas, d'une période où on nous traitait des nations zougadaires. Je n'irai jamais jusque-là, ce serait une insulte à notre intelligence collective. En revanche, et sans aucune intention de m'ériger en gardien du temple de la morale, et en conclusion, je dirais que la mise sur pied de ce fonds pour promouvoir un jeu du hasard responsable arrive à point nommé. Parce que malgré tout, l'appât du gain facile ou l'envie de mettre fin à son désespoir financier en misant ses derniers sous ou encore la tentation de la vénalité peuvent nous conduire à une dérive irréparable. Il était donc temps d'agir. Merci.
Thank you. Honourable Minister Boulel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I feel sorry for the Leader of the Opposition, who had no choice but to pay heed to his master's voice. And he has been desperately trying to be in defense of the indefensible. And we know who brought horse racing into disrepute. I will call it the Mac Mafia. And Mac Mafia encouraged by a government which was desperate because it was a corrupt and filthy government and who had one choice: to make money. And the gentleman who has refused to drop the name on the radio stated openly that he was the advisor of the then Prime Minister. And he made a hefty contribution of more than 12 million rupees. And that's what we call the petty cash. As to the hefty sum that was contributed, it's from here to eternity. Galore, huge sum. Now you want to know the reasons as to why they had to sideline the Mauritius Turf Club. And the leader of the opposition has stated that we are bringing this bill as if at our own leisure. It's a bill that has been, amendments to the bill have been well thought of and well crafted by the Attorney General's office. And there is a clear objective of the bill moved by the Prime Minister to revamp horse racing activities. And this is a bill which is transparent, which is not occult, and transparency rule the waves. And with the amendments to the Gambling Regulatory Authority, the powers and responsibilities of the horse racing organizer are finally being restored. And the GRA will have its own enforcement team to investigate cases of illegal betting. One has to put a question, and a very simple question. Why is it that the GRA, under the previous regime, did not have this power? And it was not an unfettered power, but the power to make sure that illegal activities would not be allowed. There is no place for illegal activities aided and abetted by the previous regime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill makes provision to reintroduce off-course bookmaking on local races. We have to ask the question, who had the monopoly or stronghold, if not GMLS, the blue-eyed boy of the MSM? And he has a stronghold on anything and everything that relates to activities of horse racing. But then, who had the courage come with to enlist the services of people who are well endowed in horse racing to say that it's high time to sort out a mess, if ever the mess was prevailing? In September 2014, we were in power, and the Prime Minister told Commissioner Parry and his assessors, loud and clear, to be ruthless, to be tough, and nobody should be spared. But unfortunately, we left government in December 2014. But then, are we surprised that none of the 23 recommendations made by the Commission of Inquiry had been implemented by the decadent, filthy regime of the MSM? And who dared to initiate the reform? Prime Minister and this government. We are initiating the reform. And on the 14th September 2014, Prime Minister's office announced the creation of the Commission of Inquiry on Horse Racing in Mauritius. As has been stated by the Prime Minister, the then President of the Republic appointed Commissioner Richard Parry to chair the inquiry with 2 other assessors. But a copy of the interim report of the executive summary was submitted, and it made good reading. And I put the question, why did the MSM do nothing about it? And a copy of the findings of the report was submitted not only once, not only twice, but 3 times to the office of the then Prime Minister, Sani Rujagnat. The first time by President Kailash Prayag to Prime Minister Sani Rujagnat at Le Réduit, as was stated by Prime Minister. And another copy was dispatched by the President's office to the office of the Prime Minister Sani Rujagnat. But who took the report? It was taken by Special Advisor of the then Prime Minister, Mr. Pikari. And what was the undertaking given by the then Prime Minister on the 24th of February 2015 in a question? I don't know whether the question was put by our friend, who is now leader of the opposition, I think you put the question. And what was the reply? What was the reply? They were going to fight mafia that has brought horse racing into disrepute. It's mafia laughing at mafia. And what a big laugh. A laughing stock indeed. The 23 recommendations were dumped in their political dustbin, and they did nothing. MTC was sidelined to favor mafia, and as from 2015, the mafia mob has ruled horse racing. And this is a fact, and this is reality. And the government, under the stewardship of our Prime Minister, is all out to clean the stables. And the amendments to the Gambling Regulatory Authority are long overdue. The recommendations of the Parry report are being implemented. There are some who would argue that there should have been a racing authority, as Gambling Regulatory Authority has wide power. But the law is an ass, and if further amendment has to be brought, it will be done. Under our government, transparency and accountability is the practice. The board has competent persons. Chairperson does not overrule. Like under the previous government, it was not only the chairperson only, but it was the deputy chairperson who overruled, because he was at the beck and call of GMLS. The palms were greased with dirty, stinking money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Board of Stewards of MIC has to deliver, and the Board of GOI has to be on constant watch, monitor, and scrutinize. And it has to make sure that the shadow of Mr. MLC does not surreptitiously exercise control over the Board of Stewards. Section 6C of the new subsection in FNG provides zone of comfort, but it has to err constantly on the side of caution. There is no departure. Section 2 of the Principal Act lays the foundation with new definitions. The authority rules the waves. It has wide power clearly defined in Section 3 of the Principal Act amended. And we are ushering public confidence. Public confidence in the integrity of horse racing industry is now being restored. And the chief executive, though has no voting right, has to do such other things as may be necessary to attain the objective of the authority. And this has been clearly spelled out in Section 13 of the Principal Act amended. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the cover of a few shortcomings and misgivings of the MTC, the regime was hell-bent, as I've stated earlier, to destroy an institution, a hallmark of a process of democratization over the years. The agenda was to bankrupt MTC and to efface racing industry in Mauritius, which was 200 years old. And horse racing activities were delivered on a golden platter by a corrupt, filthy regime to the advisor whose name, is, as we say, is on the wall. The writings are on the walls. In exchange, and why? Because it was done in exchange of more than a fistful of dollars. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not saying that MTC was a saint walking in. It has its fair share of largesse or big spender at one time. But horse racing, has been stated by our friend, is a place of leisure first and foremost, and safety should be sovereign. The GR Act was introduced in 2007 under the Labour-led government to bring transparency and accountability in horse racing. And amendments are being brought to consolidate the main objectives of the Gambling Regulatory Authority. But as I've stated, and it's good that I've reinforced what I stated earlier, from 2015 to 2024, MSM and its cronies had a field day racing each other to swell their pockets from the proceeds of crime. Horse race fixing and gambling scandals were rife, and those guilty of fixing horse races cannot get away. The fall of jockey Roy at the meeting of the 10th of August 24, when his horse was about to cross the finish line, was a clear case of fixing. And he was not the only culprit. Who could forget of sabotage when there was alternative horse race meeting between MTC and the People's Turf PTP at Champ de Mars. Sharp nails, as Prime Minister stated, were spread on the race course to break the psyche and to discredit MTC. But the culprit got away. Why? Because Mac Mafia's rule was supreme, money talk, and cruelty to animals were least of their concern. Horses at Petit Gamin are being ill-treated, were ill-treated at the GMLS Equestrian Centre. And several colleague MPs drew the alarm bell. The Ministry of Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy, and Fisheries reacted, and prompt actions were taken by our vets. Enough is enough. First, there should be no cruelty to animals. As of now, there are 175 horses under the care of MTC, and around 550 horses owned but not always cared for. A sizable number of horses will be imported during the year. Welfare of these horses is natural justice, and where are the vets? The circle of membership of the Vet Council will widen to create legitimate opportunities for qualified vets. Well-qualified vets are waiting to be registered. The Vet Council cannot operate as a private members club. MTC has only 2 vets. Government has earmarked $5 million for construction of an animal hospital, and there is a need of urgency to construct an incinerator at La Vigie. I won't rule out a public-private partnership between the GI and MTC or any private sector. The Department of Veterinary Services will act as an enabler. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the then Leader of Opposition, I put free PNQ from June to August 2024 on gaming and horse racing scandals of gigantic proportions in relation to 1, to investment certificate allocated to Equestrian Limited, 2, in relation to licenses and outlets linked to each, of course, betting licenses, with remote communication indicating if the betting software thereof were linked live to MRA. And the People's Turf PLC Limited and its subletting agreement with Côte d'Or International Racecourse and Entertainment Complex Limited. I put those questions, and replies given to me were bluff, and I call the bluff of the then Minister of Finance. Blatant lies were told in this very House to protect the interests of the blue-eyed bird of the MSM. His outlets were never linked live, and God only knows how much money was washed, rinsed, dried, and spin-dried in their laundromat. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is said several persons were on the payroll of the blue-eyed bird of the MSM. In the police force, and I will not drop names, but people who know whom I have in mind. At the PMO, at the MRA, the horse racing division, and Mr. DB during the COVID crisis gave approval for SMS pariage to place bets by punters on international horse racing. But who gave SMS pariage the monopoly to place bets on international soccer matches? I'm sure the gentleman whom I'm referring to knew that he had a field day under the garbage rule of the MSM. The appeal committee of the GRA is politically tainted with appointees of the previous regime, and I press upon all of us to see to it that the shadow of the MSM should not even be seen or perceived to be seen at the GRA. And I've been told by GRA that it has recently put an end to this illegal practices. Other than opposition, we denounce vehemently the corrupt regime, Honourable Bagwan, Honourable Richard Duval, and many of us would question to tear them apart. As of now, we are yet to know who threw nails on the racecourse to maim our beautiful horses. Under whose instruction, for God's sake, the culprits have to be found out, and they should be found out. We're in government, and we'll see to it that GRA delivered. It has a well-qualified CEO, and the board has to ensure integrity of horse racing and transparency of betting. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm told a new server will replace the central electronic monitoring system. It will provide the facility to connect a bigger number of GRA licensees, including casino, gaming houses, bookmakers, and totalizers. And this is transparency. This is accountability. And there is no, as we say, underbelly activity. It's all transparent, and the reason why the new server will replace the central electronic monitoring system is precisely to be accountable and to be transparent. And the licensees will be monitored strictly, and all betting transactions updated in real time without undue delay. This is why we have to say that the days of remote communication are over. No more remote communication. Mr. Deputy Speaker, anti-money laundering and combating of financing transaction is paramount.
You've got 2 minutes to go.
Yeah. Well, if I have 2 minutes, then I have to conclude. Photo finished. But let me say that, the cooperation which has been, which is to be set up, has its raison d'être. And I will, before I conclude, I will single out one unsung hero. The name has been mentioned by the leader of the opposition, Mr. Giraud, who dared to challenge a narcissistic system. And I also salute the bold position taken by Mr. Gadjada, owner of a stable, to denounce vehemently the illegal activities aided and abetted by the corrupt regime. Mr. Gadjada was an ambassador for being a strong proponent of reform of horse racing activities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the horse racing organizer of the GRA has delivered licenses to MTC. The latter has been reinvented and has to live up to public expectation. After all, MTC made history and has a new lease of life to be a showcase of horse racing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, le leader de l'opposition a concédé qu'il ne connaît pas grand-chose à la chose hippique. I commend him for his honest admission. Ceci étant, j'ai été donc estomaqué d'entendre le leader de l'opposition oser faire le procès de ce gouvernement et du Mauritius Turf Club. En ce faisant, il a essayé de défendre l'indéfendable, de couvrir les frasques de ceux qui avaient pris en otage le Champ de Mars pour faire des sous, rien que des sous, pour que celui qui a avoué publiquement financer le parti du leader de l'opposition puisse faire plus d'argent. Le leader de l'opposition a essayé de faire une distinction entre stable manager, stable owner, en disant qu'il y avait de la confusion. Laissez-moi conforter le leader de l'opposition. Clairement, la loi lui a échappé parce que c'est l'entraîneur et l'entraîneur seulement qui est responsable de ses chevaux et de son écurie. Et le leader de l'opposition ne nous a pas dit pourquoi le fameux PTP a quitté le Champ de Mars en octobre 2024 si tout était si rose sous le soleil de Port-Louis. Pourquoi l'Aquarec du MSM a laissé filer le PTP et laissé le Champ de Mars dans un état lamentable? Les questions, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, ce sont des questions que vous n'avez pas répondues. So, Deputy Speaker, sir, before we turn to the details of what this bill does, restoring horse racing to its former glory in Mauritius, it is worth remembering the desolate landscape left behind by the then all-powerful gambling mogul, aided and abetted, as said by my colleague, the Minister of Agro, by a complacent board of the GRA whose directing mind was none other than the well-remunerated senior advisor of the then Prime Minister. In 2022, on the eve of the racing season, the then racing organizer was saddled with an extraordinary list of conditions to comply with by the GRA to obtain its license. The Mauritius Turf Club dared to voice its opposition to that course of action. The result was an on-the-spot arrival of a competitor. The Champ de Mars was then shared over a year. And that came after 2021, where the public could not attend races for reasons that are quite extraordinary over the whole year, and all bookies could not operate, and the only one who could operate fixed odd betting was SMS Payas, a monopolistic situation of a betting operator which was condoned by the then GRA. So, Deputy Speaker, the revenue of a horse racing organizer stems from betting primarily, and when betting is reduced, there is obviously less money to be obtained. After a 2020 season hampered by COVID, and an even worse 2021 season, the financial status of the then horse racing organizer was desperate. The conditions imposed in 2022, along with the sharing of the racecourse, when all the off-season maintenance had already been incurred by the historic horse racing organizer, were all calculated to bring the latter to its knees. And the one to reap the reward was the gambling mogul. He became the all-powerful master of horse racing. And in 2023, when the MTC decided to say enough was enough, he enjoyed the fruits of a complete state capture of the horse racing industry. And all this was possible by the very many amendments brought by the previous government from 2014 to 2024. The GRA's operating arm, the HRD, the Horse Racing Division, became a political tool, and we thus had a state within a state. The HRD of the GRA was in fact running the show. We thus had in our law a regulator within a regulator. We were left with a sport, a passion for most Mauritians, which had become only a shadow of its former glory, and this 210 years after the MTC was born to federate all Mauritians. All manner of tradition had been swept aside, and the mantra was, as I said earlier on, money, money, and always money. The sport of kings had been desecrated by an unholy alliance of politicians and a ruthless businessman. Fans spoke of traditions they saw slip away. This was the time when one person was enriching himself on the corpse of a tradition of more than 2 centuries. This was a reign of doubt, doubt about doping, doubt about controls, doubt about unpaid wages, doubt about meddling. All this clouded public trust and such in every steward's inquiry. In short, confusion reigned where clarity was needed, and accountability was scattered where it should have been singular. All to profit the one and only at the expense of the many. It is precisely this mess that this bill now seeks to sweep aside by providing a more transparent and cost-effective body where the board of the GRA and no one else would remain the sole body responsible for all decisions. Thus, the main object of this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the repeal of Part 3A of the GRA Act, i.e. the abolition of the Horse Racing Division. This HRD was established in 2021 with a purported objective of inter alia regulating, controlling and monitoring the organization of horse racing activities in Mauritius. But then they provided the HRD with a horse racing committee, which was set up itself to administer and manage the HRD. Comprend, il comprendra. The HRD was in itself, as I have explained, an authority within the GRA. It was created to be distinct from the GRA, but how can a body within the GRA be administered and managed by a separate committee rather than the board of the GRA? The reason I'm raising this issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the legal consequences of such an absurd situation. No legal action could lie against the HRD. Any matter done by the HRD was legally considered to be done by the GRA. And if the HRD failed in its duty, you could only sue the GRA and not the HRD, except that the board of the GRA had nothing to do with the decisions of the HRD. With the introduction of this amendment bill, we are now doing away with this absurdity. The Horse Racing Integrity Division, and I stress on the word integrity, is being set up as one amongst the other divisions of the GRA, and it will fall squarely under the umbrella of the authority. It will have such functions and powers as the board of the GRA will determine, and it will be the GRA, as opposed to the HRD, that will regulate, control, and monitor the organization of horse racing activities in Mauritius. I have learned from some quarters, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that the Chief Executive of the GRA is, through this bill, apparently being given wider powers than the board of the GRA. I would like to reply that this is not the case at all. In fact, the general powers of the Chief Executive were scattered in several provisions, and for sake of clarity, these same powers have now been brought under the umbrella of one provision. With the bill before this House, Section 13.3 has been remodeled. Let me reassure the House that the powers of the Chief Executive have not been enlarged, inasmuch as the Chief Executive remains the head of the authority for administrative and operational matters, and at any rate will have to abide by any policy decision taken by the board of the GRA. However, to make this even clearer, an amendment to the bill is being brought today to provide that the Chief Executive shall, in the discharge of his functions under Section 13.3 of the Act, subject to such directives as he may receive from the board. In fact, it is the powers of the board that are being enlarged with the taking over of the HRD. All the powers previously conferred to the HRD will now rest with the board. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me at this juncture to supplement the exposé of the Prime Minister with 3 additional points that, taken together, demonstrate why the bill before us is necessary and, above all, workable. Firstly, integrity measures that reach from stable door to finish line. The bill imposes a continuous chain of integrity obligations on every actor in the sport. Clause 6.2 empowers the Gambling Regulatory Authority Board to set and enforce standards for racecourses, issue anti-doping directions, license every professional from trainers to veterinarians, and run its own disciplinary proceedings. This is the legal backbone of a clean racing product demanded by the turfistes and partners alike. To give those rules teeth, Clause 30 inserts Part 2 of the 4th schedule, requiring a bank guarantee of 3 million rupees from each licensed trainer or registered stable. This represents money ring-fenced to meet wage and stakeholder liabilities if things go wrong. The bill further modernizes anti-money laundering thresholds by raising transaction reporting trigger from 10 to 50,000, thus maintaining vigilance on keeping horse racing clean, whilst recognizing today's economic realities. Secondly, enabling a fair and sustainable business model. Sound regulation of horse racing must be matched by a business model that can pay its own way. 2 clauses achieve exactly that. Clause 18 requires the future totalizer operator to be the race organizer itself. Revenues and responsibilities now travel together. Free riding, no pun intended, ends. Clause 19 requires bookmakers to choose either on-course or off-course operations, not both, closing long-standing conflicts of interest. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, law will not be enough to implement this goal, but our statutes must facilitate the objective. We cannot have a racing organizer constantly having its business model threatened by the authorities, constantly being blackmailing pleasing the government of the day. Thirdly, and finally, safeguarding a national treasure, the Champ de Mars. Horse racing is more than business, it is heritage. Clause 31 amends the State Lands Act so that control over the Champ de Mars may be vested in a government-owned corporation under clear terms, with Quarex rights and liabilities transferred seamlessly. The land stays in public hands, but the entity granting the lease, consistent with this government's decision in November 2024, will have the security needed to invest in track maintenance, safety upgrades, and spectator facilities. So, Deputy Speaker, sir, when we protect the Champ de Mars, we protect quite literally the ground on which generations have stood together in sporting fellowship. By passing this clause, we choose to conserve a site that belongs to the memory of the nation. This bill is also pragmatic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Transitional provisions, for example, cater for existing tote licenses until their expiry. All stakeholders who have already been hard at work will be rewarded with the prospect that these legal reforms will give further impetus to the timetable for the new season, so that what we legislate today can be felt on the turf as soon as possible. Mr. Deputy Speaker, integrity is being enforced, a business model that sustains itself and a heritage protected. These are the threads the bill wheels into a single, coherent statute. I therefore invite honourable members to support this bill and give the thousands of women and men who live, work and dream around our racing industry something priceless, certainty and probity. The rules are now clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The field is level and the future is worth betting on. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank all members who participated in the debate. But let me respond to a few things that the Leader of the Opposition said. He mentioned, to start with, the interview Mr. Jean-Michel Giraud gave to l'Express. I did not know Mr. Jean-Michel Giraud then. But when I read the article, I asked him to come and see me in my office. And I asked him whether what he said in the interview, can he expand on it? And if it was true, I said to him, then we'll have to institute an inquiry, because it reveals so many things. In fact, I should congratulate Mr. Giraud, whom I didn't know, as I said, to have had the courage to give that interview in the Express in spite of threats that he told me he got. And this is what triggered my decision to have a commission of inquiry by 3 British well-known people who know about turf in racing, horse racing in the UK. Mr. Barry, Mr. Gunn and Mr. Scotney. And then the Leader of the Opposition said, but the report was made, but there was no conviction. But of course there was no conviction, because the MSM came to power and hid that report in a drawer. The report never came out. I said just now, when the new government was sworn in, I made it a point. I was telling my good friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, he was the Leader of the Opposition. There was an article which appeared in both Weekend and Express. And knowing him, he was Leader of the Opposition, I knew a question would come. And in my mind, I said, we must make sure that the new Prime Minister at the time, Honourable had got the report. So I rang the President at the time, Mr. Carlos Prayak. I told him, can you make sure, have you given the report, and make sure that the new Prime Minister got the report in his hand, because there will be a question, maybe a PNQ. I don't want him to answer that he never saw the report. And I can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the former president ensured that the report was sent to the PMO. I said in my speech, Mr. Jangan refused to see him, he said he had no time, and it is Mr. Bikari who got the report. The PMO got the report. But when, as I thought it would happen, the leader of the opposition then asked a question. The former Prime Minister stood up and said, report? What report? I never got any report. A lie. It was a blatant lie. The report was hidden, closed in a drawer. That is why nobody was convicted then. Nothing happened because of this. And ask yourself the question, and he said, I'm trying to see what he exactly, à qui a profité ces crimes? Well, let me tell him. Let me repeat. Apart from the money that they got from racing to finance their campaign, we know that as well. War chest. Apart from that, les petits copains, Mr. Bikari, who also sat on 6 state-owned enterprises, was also board member and vice chairperson of the gambling authority, the regulatory authority. And he got how much? 3.3 million rupees. À qui profite le crime? Voilà les noms. Mr. Ravi Rigadou. He was paid 4 million rupees, including a fixed monthly retainer fee. That is, whether he did something or did not do something, he would get 46,000 rupees. Third one, Mr. Krishna Kant Singh Ochaiba. He acted as the head of the horse racing division, and he was also the horse racing chairperson of the horse racing committee. He was paid 4.6 million rupees, including a monthly fee of 130,000 rupees. Mrs. Saya Raga Vudu was paid 1.4 million rupees. These are the people who were put there as stooges in the armory, were taking orders how to run races, what the orders were being given to them. And they were just pocketing the money. So you should ask yourself, leader of the opposition. He said the MTC refused to participate in horse racing. Ask yourself, why? Why would they stop? Why in une écurie comme l'écurie du Gajador, qui était dans les courses depuis combien de centaines d'années, il a refusé d'être otage de la MTC. Il a dit plutôt, je veux refuser, mais je recommencerai si jamais il y a un nouveau gouvernement qui met de l'ordre dans la GRA. Et ce qui se passe maintenant, il est retourné. Il y a un recul de 10 ans, oui, à cause d'eux. C'est comme le député Prime Ministre disait, c'est le monde à l'envers. C'est le monde à l'envers. Ils osent aujourd'hui venir donner des leçons. Eux qui ont comme si démoli la MTC. Eux viennent donner des leçons. Mais je crois que le attorney général a bien expliqué, et avec les amendements, des petits amendements qu'on amène pour assurer que tout se passe dans la transparence. Je remercie les membres pour leur contribution. Merci.
Honourable Prime Minister, you should commend the bill to the House.
The Deputy Speaker and the bill to the House.
The motion is seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill number 15 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Resume your seat, please.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, Section 2 of Principal Act amended. Clause 4, Section 3 of Principal Act amended. Clause 5, Section 4 of Principal Act amended. Clause 6, Section 6 of Principal Act amended. Clause 7, Section 7 of Principal Act amended. Clause 8, new Sections 8A and 8B inserted in Principal Act. Clause 9, Section 11A of Principal Act amended. Clause 10, Section 11B of Principal Act amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 10 stand parts of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, Section 13 of Principal Act amended.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that clause 11 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 11 be amended as per amendments circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, new Section 13A inserted in Principal Act.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that clause 12 be amended as per the amendment circulated.
The question is that clause 12 be deleted per amendment circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 12 stands deleted from the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13, Section 15 of Principal Act amended. Clause 14, Part 3A of Principal Act repealed. Clause 15, Section 30 of Principal Act amended. Clause 16, Section 31 of Principal Act amended. Clause 17, new Section 32 inserted in Principal Act. Clause 18, Section 34 of Principal Act amended. Clause 19, Section 44 of Principal Act amended. Clause 20, Section 93B of Principal Act amended. Clause 21, Section 94 of Principal Act amended. Clause 22, Section 20.
The question is that clauses 13 to 20 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 21. Clause 21, Section 94, Principal Act amended. Clause 22, Section 94C of Principal Act amended. Clause 23, Section 101 of Principal Act amended. Clause 24, Section 105 of Principal Act amended. Clause 25, Section 113B of Principal Act amended. Clause 26, Section 117 of Principal Act amended. Clause 27, Section 156 of Principal Act amended. Clause 28, Section 165 of Principal Act amended. Clause 29, third schedule to Principal Act amended. Clause 30, fourth schedule to Principal Act amended. Clause 31, consequential amendment. Clause 32, commencement.
The question is that clauses 21 to 32 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill, number 15 of 2025, has passed the committee stage with amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill, number 15 of 2025, has passed the committee stage with amendments.
Third reading.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill number 15 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded. Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. The question is that the Gambling Regulatory Authority Amendment Bill number 15 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025 at 11:30 a.m.
Seconded. Deputy Prime Minister. The House is then adjourned.